predictable reaction.
Hello, what's up? क्या ले guys? कैसे हो?
And you just put the retake side has a little bit of plant denial, whether that's, you know, a nano swarm in this
I
round.
know 3-4 rounds निकल गए हैं, मैं लेट हूँ हल्का सा, I know, ठीक है, कोई ज़्यादा दिक्कत वाली बात तो नहीं है.
And they're already taking attack timeout, and I think now is a good time.
लेकिन
Foyer
हमने शुरुआत ही टाइम आउट से की है. मैं बोला पहला टाइम आउट निकल जाए फिर अपन बात करते. XLG ने टाइम आउट लिया है. एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम ये हो गई थी, मैं अभी घर पहुंचा हूँ, चेंज किया, पट से मैं आया इजी. काइंड ऑफ फुल टू चिल सीन्स है, नो इश्यूज. बस एक चीज है, तुम लोग अगर चैट में आते हो भाई, एक तो ये G2 आइस बॉक्स पे हमेशा ऐसा ही खेलती है बिना डुलिस के.
But yeah, when I was watching XLG
Leaf is 8 and 1
against Sentinels, he was running in first as Neon, looking to get traded. That's not the guy that I was watching.
Levi, Arctic.
That's an eco round for now for XLG.
आज बताएगा इस हमने वाले का भी सीन था. मेरा पक्का तो था ही नहीं मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा कि नहीं.
Account a little bit later on. Jorgamo always willing to take these fights. He steps up to the mark. He's not shy at all. Big game player.
XLG might have been expecting that they got the site for free there.
Saying the #1 team.
It's good to throw in a twist every now and then.
See it already. Spike's going to be attempted to plant there.
Why and what the fuck is happening with
XLG? Well, so into the post-round week.
By the way, guys, जितने भाई है इंडिया के लिए जितने इतने बुरे खिलाड़ी बता रहे.
High ground position, pushed off and away, halfway, not to be dismayed. Off to the side, though, no accounting for it, and already just wall up into their face, and Pistols have to expend the entirety of the clip just to even stand a bloody chance. It's half-burnt already.
बढ़िया, half कर दिया. सही है बे, वॉल केयर करते ही नहीं है लोग, पूरे साइड में खाली देखते रहते हैं इधर उधर लेफ्ट राइट.
And on an anti-eco like that, the escort the VIP and just get Jorgamo into position, whack down the wall, and it makes those post fights really tough if you're planning to play.
Lower bracket के runs चालू है आज से.
And then if you're forced to play on-site, you're going to get hit by stuff like the Paranoia. Now this round, G2 have Sova ult for plant denial, Killjoy ult for retake. It only gets more difficult. XLG need answers and they need them fast.
Hope you guys are doing well. Happy Sunday.
A variety of ultimates here. XLG.
I just spoke for that.
The thrash as well in their back pockets.
Did they get the retract?
I think it's broken. Sound like it was broken.
It was definitely aiming to be retracted, but it did make the sound line as if it was broken. There should be a 40-second cooldown there.
Anyway, the turret broken. Reinforcements immediately coming. G2 looking to see if they can shore it up through mid. The question marks. Straight down. Potentially broken early. Yep.
It's a good bait.
Takes it. It is that bait and switch.
Hug diya.
He just whiffs it.
He can't lose that. He doesn't have the confidence to peek properly. Just sees the ponytail of Jorgamo. And now they're making a predictable reaction again. Fast into the A site, hit by the lockdown.
Yeah, and it's going to be stunted. Pushed back and away as well into the arms of Jonah P.
Oh, it's over.
Plant is down, but two players have to stand against it. Do manage to block away. Jonah P from the picture, but that's an ult expended. Viva has let this one loose as a last player alive, and the options dwindling now for any chance of winning the round, and they know it. G2.
Nice shot. Bhai, ये super fast होने वाला
है.
The 1v4 Sova ult. If that isn't desperation, I don't know what is.
Desperation or flustered, I'm not too sure.
But look at this game.
super fast.
I love it. You've got Coconut as the bait at the bottom of Tube. Happyway's already walked up to the window. They had a guaranteed kill there on Jorg that could have opened up the round, and they executed it poorly. Just a failure of mechanics, a failure of confidence.
अबे like करो,
Showing that
subscribe
it's
करो
not
भाई,
just
थोड़ा
about the
help
ideas,
करो.
it's also about the attitude you're bringing to the game. And right now, G2 have come with anger, fury, a determination to win.
XLG, no respite for them. Knocked down to this lowers, and they unfortunately have to contend with a team that everyone was calling before this as one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there's another way of slicing it at this point in the year. It does look like G2, but, you know, if they lose this match, then suddenly all of those narratives get flipped on their head entirely.
Gone. Yeah.
It's a very different crop of teams that we've got here compared to Bangkok.
भाई wall देख रहे हो? Zok की wall देखो.
The next
क्या मस्त wall है.
Viper
Wall के ऊपर बैठा है.
And now XLG slowly creeping past the boundary. Dart into the back as well. Smoke to try and obfuscate as well. Cut off to the side. Jonah B is going to be holding this.
बहुत गलत. क्या चल रहा है दिमाग में समझ नहीं आ रहा है मेरे को. This is haywire. This is not the thing.
Raga once again had to be the hero there, but he only had 3 knives by the time he was actually diving through that wall and trying to take the fight. Not enough. Couldn't be precise with the aim.
Enemy down.
And if you need, I mean, listen, we're watching it live in real time, but if you needed any more ideas about how one-sided this has been so far, just look at the KDs of some of the G2 players.
Yeah.
Leaf's 11-1, Jorgamo's 9-1, Trent's 7-1. 3 of them have only died 1 time.
Massive turnaround for a player like Leaf. Didn't have a great showcase in their last game. Sitting at the top now, and business is booming. Money in the bank is brimming, almost at cap here for G2.
And G2 have actually changed it up slightly.
सीधा अंदर.
With their Killjoy util.
Raga gets one.
Trying to play up onto one side. I don't think he's going to be punished for it.
Jorg is trying to get a Sage Wall so that he can land above their heads, but he's either missing it or he's not taking the timing.
Essentially biding his time as well. Tara, okay, drone broken.
That wall, if he hits it, gets him an angle to kill people who
Guys,
are yellow.
6-1. I am predicting it's 13-3.
XLG are trying to work the map a little bit here and trying to work some picks. Raga just steps up. Very long sight line.
पहला pick मिला है. एक चीज notice कर लो, G2 का पहला pick गया है. G2 has lost the first pick. Plant भी हो गया है. It's all about the retake.
It's a good read.
Yeah.
They've taken down the kill.
Mid पे Thrash भी है.
And Trent, he's not going to invest the overall for that. This round has got to be, it's a must win.
It has to be.
It's a
Viper will be committed है. और
they've got as well,
Raga is drop down.
Potential rifle spam, I think, through the wall. It might have just caught him unaware. Smokes are going to be dropped down now with a dart towards the back, but again, the pit obfuscated, hides a lot. It's a blight onto the side here. Wall needs to be broken in time. Portion of it is.
इसकी वेड़ की.
My God!
क्या हुआ ये?
Jumps up and over, tap onto it.
ये क्या हुआ? ये कौन सा retake है?
The last remaining player
भाई!
doesn't stand a chance. Your opponent plays out like that. Confidence is sky high for G2.
What a beautiful play from Jorg. That's absolute brilliance. The Sage Wall over the top,
It's
and then he hops.
Impossible.
Drops behind players he knows are going to take a timing. That's not just a must-win round for XLG. That's one that you really can't lose. Inside the Viper's pit, still double ults to be able to work with.
I know.
They could have still had people dropping back and at least using Thrash in that situation. But they believed in the ults and couldn't get the timings on the
crazily
play.
impossible, bhai.
7-1. It's only going to get much harder. G2 ult to their own as well. Pit down over towards B. Removes one of the avenues that XLGs can work. Now, they've been breaking the turret up through mid quite often, so Leaf has been forced to adjust his setup up.
I mean, it looks at the moment like we're going to get Happyway into position over towards Pipes, which is a good position for a lockdown. The problem is, you have a Sova ult that can just come through and deny this. So these two ults from Happyway and Trent kind of cancel each other out. And they're hoping that's going to make a distraction for this mid push.
Yeah, 3 players up through mid now. XLG looking to pounce. That's an updraft dash all the way around to the side. And Jorgamo caught on aware, still not dead though.
Oh!
Players are dropping.
Spike down mid.
It's XLG with the cheeky idea.
एरिया क्लियर सब मिड पे फाइट करने आ गए हो बेटा अल्ट छोड़ो जान दो
G2.
टाइमिंग
Bit of luck and a draw, of course, is being played, but I don't know. XLG have been handed opportunities to get kills. They've just been missing them.
That Sage Wall reaction from Jorg just completely blocks the spike into mid.
30 seconds
But I would have liked to see XLG take a timing after Trent had already invested the ultimate. Wait for the Sova to be stuck inside of his ult.
One last
before
player
you
with a gun
pounce.
out.
And now in a 2v5, this round is...
save.
It's cooked. 15 seconds left. Spike's out of reach. It's a pure save.
It's the most out of reach it could possibly be on an Xbox
10
attack
seconds
round.
left.
The spike going through mid. And these two players
One enemy.
left in A.
Hunted.
Flawless.
Not
For
even
the
a gun.
last breath, man. Not even a gun to be saved. Flawless here for G2. It's been the case so far, almost the entirety of this map.
Another example of XLG having a nice idea but failing to execute on it. They did even get the picks, you know, or at least get an opportunity for the picks through mid. But I think their timing was too fast. They didn't wait for that distraction to come through and make it really feel like they were hitting the site from A. Are we keeping it simple for the final 2 rounds? At least on the eco here. Looks like XLG are just going to send it.
Try and send it though. The slow has been going up towards Belt almost every other round that Jorgamo has been playing here. Slows down the initial approach. They could flash up and over. The weaponry is not ideal. That's going to be broken here.
And when one team has so much confidence, it's just a single player holding B. Because they're never worried.
Not push back really at any point. Ults are ready to be expended. They want to, and the angle just not quite cleared. At least it was, he thought it was.
Yeah, he peeked screens a couple times with that Marshall.
Yeah.
And Valen peeks with the drone. Raga's got to be thinking about that. He's 3 and 10 right now. A brutal beginning, but so reminiscent of their first match here.
It's hard to watch in some ways, to be honest, at this point, G2.
Jorg's waiting for a player to res. No one's died in a while.
No, just pulling it out for the fun of it here. Paranoia sweeps. Blinded up onto the
Ulti!
XLG stepping up. They need a few
Trent
straight
ball.
shots, and it's just straight shots straight through the wall. Still Viva will answer back. Instantaneous of the res. Jorgen's been waiting a hot minute for that one. Viva finally dealt with, dropped. He's done the damage. Midi from below. Sheriff in hand has only so much. Just down a happy way.
Oh.
Can he pull off a miracle? It's unlikely.
That shot was good.
Every single time.
Sentinels were saying after they played against XLG that they respected them, they were a good team, but they thought that they were slightly easier to play against because they played a standard game. And I think that's one of the things that I really respected watching XLG play domestically. They played to the meta, they played good ideas, but if the execution isn't quite there, and you're playing against squads that they're comfortable in
Bro,
what you should be
14-3,
doing and
13-2,
not
9-3.
G2 are currently just tearing it to pieces.
Are you
Even the
serious?
more creative stuff is
सबके
getting
kill
constantly
मिला लो
And this
तो
feels
16
like
होते हैं
a last hurrah
14
for
अकेले
XLG as
लीफ
they head
मार
over
चुका
towards
है
B. Can they
एक
at
फ्लॉलेस
least
और निकला
apply a curse? I mean, a 9-3 maybe. But they'd have to play better than currently in order to get to that spot.
They need anything they can get. Valen's going walkabouts of an operator in his hand, man, at this point. Why not?
I don't think Midi has used the Thrash all game. Can we get a Gecko ult out here and apply some pressure onto people, get into deep positions on the sites, set Raga up somewhere where they're not going to be hunting for him?
In through mid. Drone spotting a happy way. He can exit here if he wants to, but I think just feeling the pressure to at least get a ping, anything to turn the tide of the way that this has been going. And here it is. Hunter's Fury, Thrash, spended up over towards the B side.
Oi!
Catching into his sights. Leaf, watchful eye onto his adversary.
And Coconut pushed up to danger completely on his own.
ओ भाई
Raga actually one of the most passive players in his position.
आएगा
fully cleared out. It's just up to Raga. Last one left. Got to see those heroics.
He just got
Makes
two.
a decent go of it. But a go of it doesn't earn you a round.
And the coordination there is massively off for XLG. You can talk a little bit about Happy Way and whether or not he should have expected that corner after he got pushed off in mid. But the players on B had a thrash to try to work forwards, and it was only Coconut who took any space. Coconut pushes up to Danger. He gets caught. Yeah. Unlucky, you can argue. But where's the rest of the team?
Some of the loudest cheering I've heard, actually. There's 10-1 here, G2.
भाई 9:30 मैच चालू हुआ.
What's left here in the first half of Ice?
1 घंटा पकड़ के मैं चलता हूँ.
You're going up against the operator on one side, the outlaw on the other.
जबकि Icebox XLG का मैप पे गया.
Half that looks unrecoverable.
तो हेवन पे तो पागलपन जैसा मारेगी.
Jiggle Jorgamo. Sole defender over towards A. Many angles of which he can be spotted at, and yes, he is plucked out of the picture.
Pays a little bit there for the hubris of holding such a out in the open kind of angle.
Lockdown's going to be expended nice and early though. This is what Leaf looking to try and push them back and away. Raga overstaying his welcome.
And remember now, Jorgamo dead, that means no Sage Wall to be able to get that easier diffuse off. So a lot of it's around the smokes.
Paranoia is perfect.
Oh.
Raga, that's instinctual. Right click with a knife and he's stepping all the way up and through. Finally though, dismissed and dealt with. Quick little peek though, toppling, and as the mollies are going to be going up and over, this could be the best chance in a long while. XLG, still Leaf, watching for it. Too many bodies though.
NT
does the job. 10-2.
Finally they got something. भाई 23 फ्रैग हुए हैं टोटल. 17-14 अकेले मार चुके. 31 दो बंदे मिलके. So kind of crazy play. टेन 2 का स्कोर लाइन. गाइस तुम लोग को मैं एक और चीज बताना भूल गया. आई पार्टिसिपेटेड इन 1M कास्टर्स क्वेस्ट. बीजीएमआई से थोड़ा ऑफ रहने का हमको भुगतान करना पड़ा है कि हमारा सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ है. तो वो थोड़ा सा बुरा रहा है. बट ऑल गुड, वी आर हैप्पी. एटलीस्ट ट्राई किया हमने एंड फीडबैक्स अच्छे हैं. मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी और इतने से नहीं होगा भाई. काम करना पड़ेगा और ज्यादा हाफ टाइम पे ऑफ है. गाइस यार लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो. आए सब्सक्राइब किए हुए हो तो अनसब करके मत जाना, और कुछ नहीं. कल क्योंकि स्ट्रीम पे 2260 थे, एक सब्सक्राइबर का अकाउंटेबिलिटी रहता है मेरे पास.
Likes in order to punish the other team's economy too. This is more of what I was expecting from him in their opening game. He didn't quite live up to expectations.
Coinbase econ
though I
rating.
think Trent did, despite the fact that he's had to move off the Tejo. But definitely a player to keep your eye on now that we're heading onto the attack side too.
Woohoo!
Because Leaf will crack open mid if things get complicated, but
most probably
G2 here, I'd be trying to stick as simple as possible. Everything's been working, absolutely everything. So no need
अगर
to
देखा
overthink
जाएगा
this
ना
stuff.
तो
Now, having said that,
9:30 अगर मैच चालू हुआ है
this is just a play for the turret, or maybe they're going to do an A split, which would be
तो 26 मिनट तो अभी ये मैप खत्म होने में नहीं लगने वाले.
Pre-aiming, I should say, up towards top boiler, but it's a different spot.
Yeah, it's an unusual position actually for the turret here. You see
I
it
have the spike.
in a position where it covers the window.
Deploying drone.
But the presence shown here by XLG.
Okay.
And a pretty similar game plan, right? Where they're going to fight over towards B, they're going to try to get information
The way Leaf is
Retake
walking
style
up, that
on A,
is
where they have
good.
a bit of plant denial. It could be straight out of the G2 playbook.
All up and over, a bit of spam to try and break this one early, but not in time. Still stands for now, plant up towards the top.
अपोज ही देखो ट्रेंट का.
Approach. This is from the flank, and it's all going to be heard and received by Trent. Surely going to be common. He's just holding for any extra element that might be coming out through that one, and he's still tucked, so he is safe in this possible position, and now sees it off to the side. That's just a
Wow.
classic in hand. Raga has been dealt with, taken out. Now it's up to Leaf to try and step up to it and see if he can hold this one back here, and losing control to the flank. The players are trying
लग
to
गए.
G2. Not sure which way they wanted to look. Barrel sticking out. Mana's not for
Trent could have got that.
just rips the head clean off the shoulders of Trent. A pistol round win for XLG.
I said to keep an eye on Leaf as we head into this half, but I was expecting him to get the value, not to get shut down. That flank came straight into him. He dodged the dizzy, and yet Midi still swings around the corner, ghost in hand, and one-taps him in the head. Really big value there from the substitute player on XLG. Because that allowed the flank to thoroughly come through into sight.
यहाँ पे मारना चाहिए
The
था.
rest of the players on G2 got surrounded.
They need a bit more of that. Keep the energy up. Spirits need to be lifted. A pistol round win.
Yeah, but look at this. Anytime you cut one head off the Hydra,
Oh,
suddenly
God.
the stingers all pop up. And even Jonah P with a Spectre. That's the wrong gun, buddy. What are you doing with that in your hand?
We see G2 rip the unsuspecting. Tear them apart with the stingers in hand. Peeks off to the side here with the Outlaw.
The Outlaw's a great purchase.
Yeah, it's shown. Jonah P looking up through mid. There was a chance of the timing there for him. Lee just snaps right up top.
Oh, what is this guy?
Midi.
Oh.
Speaks of his own. And everybody feeling like they have to be the hero in a moment like this when you're down to this extent. Snapping up to the side. That's 2 shots required. And
Bye.
they swarm the back of the side. Coconut. It's the last one left to do it. And it's too much to overcome G2.
That little play where Jorgamo takes contact on the Outlaw, takes 140 damage, and wastes essentially Raga's shots. And the rest of the players with light armor stingers come in afterwards. Jorgamo was essentially playing a tank. He's running the Sage tank build. He's designed to just absorb Outlaw shots and let the rest of his team trade him out. A beautiful idea to counter the Outlaw, which itself was supposed to be a counter to the Stinger Force buy. And G2, they're back in the ascendancy.
I mean, he didn't buy a weapon last round. It was just a full armor and a classic.
Yeah, he knew what his job was.
Yeah. And just like that, wind out of the sails here for XLG.
Yeah, if they had a hope, it does appear to be dashed against the rocks.
It's a deep dart against the back wall here. Leaf might be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Backs himself away to a safer position.
But XLG, having heard nothing on A, are not really rotating defensive players around to try to catch G2 where they might be. Instead, looking to push out. This could be a clash, because G2, Valiant is calling for them to go back into this site.
Yep. That's a deep drone, though. That was going to be offloaded nice and close, so G2 are aware that they pushed up deep through A main. What's the call now? Re-clear it out or go in a different direction? In through mid. Happy way.
If he just stayed where he was, he would have heard so much information.
Just getting antsy.
I think your comment, everybody feels like they have to be the hero right now. It's so accurate. When you're down like this and none of your standard ideas are working,
30 seconds left.
you feel like you've got to take more and more risk.
Stepping forwards, Raga cheeky with the shot. The flash does connect, but Smoke's going to be obfuscating, blocking. Any chance for XLG to capitalize on the back of it? Still, it is 4 versus 4.
पोज ही देखो लीफ का.
Now for G2, watching up through to spot.
No scope.
Okay. Scope is optional, at least for Leaf now, and he's going to be making sure that he can stay posted up onto this position. catching it, and you never expect this one. You never expect it at all.
ट्रेंट कहाँ जाके बैठा है?
G2 find themselves to 12.
One final opportunity here for XLG to try to stabilize themselves, but there are 9 chances for G2 to close this out, and they've barely needed more than a first opportunity, a first chance in any of these rounds. They came into this so hyped up. The adrenaline was at a max for G2. When they won the pistol at the very beginning, they were losing it.
4 laps now, though.
Or was it round 3? Anyway, whenever they won that first round.
Oh.
भाई पकड़ दिया.
There's nothing going right
Trent.
for XLG here.
No,
हमेशा
movement, he ends up tripping over his shoelaces, gets caught there by Trent. The ults are good, and it's the same trio from XLG trying to make something happen again. They pushed out A in the previous round, now they've gone over to B.
Trying to P. Oh, he's in transit. He's blocked by the barrels. Could have had an exit perhaps, maybe, but Middy's going to be dropping him nevertheless.
I mean, to be fair, it's a very new map, isn't it? Those barrels only just got recently added.
A lot of changes to Icebox recently, so.
4v4.
Rifles in the hands for XLG, and they're stomping, they're marching. They know it's the last lifeline here for them on Icebox. Time to make a go of it once more. Stepping forwards here with a flash, that's a bit of an indicator close to the corner!
विंगमैन का आवाज. विंगमैन का आवाज 3 मार गया जॉग.
Loose and unleashed, and it leaves it down to Coconut in a 1v2, all for the map, all here and now.
नहीं हो पाएगा.
Tonight that last chance.
वो विंगमैन निकाला, वापिस अंदर डाला, तब तक में तो जॉग ने पीक करके 3 मार दिए. उतना टाइम you could not have been like ना कि guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe, man. Because मैं तुम लोग को एक और चीज अभी बताऊं. तो किधर गया? हाँ, इंस्टाग्राम. Bro, I was logged in, ना? ये क्या बकचोदी है? रुक जाओ, let me log in. क्या सीन हो गया पता नहीं. फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड हो जाए लॉगिन, क्योंकि इंस्टा भाई नहीं याद रहता. हो गया हो गया हो गया एवरीथिंग सॉर्टेड. हाँ मैं तुम लोग को ये बता रहा था, नॉट ये. But this. I participated in this one. I participated in this. हम लोग कितने थे? 250 जन थे. 250 में से I got into top 12. I got into top 12 all on the basis of BGMI, I know. Like people are good. ये वन एम वाले लोग अच्छे हैं. अगर भाई बहुत मस्त बंदे हैं. इनका एक इवेंट भी आ रहा है. अच्छा हो गया भाई, लेकिन these guys said mostly they will enter into the Valorant space as well. Whew. Never did RR of zone, neither gave any excuses and he performed whenever team needs. जितेश भाई सिद्धार्थ मल्होत्रा. अबे आज आज क्यूट क्यूट लाइक ऐसा हो गया है कि ए शीश तो सीआईडी वाली ना. शी यूज्ड टू बी इन सीआईडी ना, मेरे को याद है जब जितना मैंने सीआईडी देखा. हाँ वही है. सीआईडी में शी वर्कड इन सीआईडी बस. हाँ ये रहा. मैं बोला भाई ही इज अजय. और जो वेदांत भाई अपने चार्ट में आते हैं ना, ही इज हिम. ढोलकपुर ब्रॉडकास्ट के मेंबर है. भाई लोग क्या क्या किधर किधर घूमते रहे देखो. ई स्पोर्ट्स इमेज ब्लैक स्क्रीन बड़ा. नो ऑरेंज जूस ऑन स्ट्रीम, नो ऑरेंज जूस ऑन स्ट्रीम.
Tall task for XLG.
Definitely, and when you're thinking about the nerf of the Tejo going into this event, you remember the G2 composition that used to, coin the Viper on how he was so good to isolate things and to kick things off here on their attack and the lurks that they could do here when they're playing a three-side map. And you know, trying to force these rotates out from your opponents. So if you're going back to that type of play style for G2, it could still be very strong.
Yeah, and you can do a couple different things on this map. You can also just 1-for-1 the Sova into their comp and stick with that Yoru. You could go to a Neon look instead as well. Jaw's great there. So they have a lot of choice here. But I definitely would love to see another double controller comp.
Yeah, and I would love to hear what's going on in the camp of XLG. So let's send it down to Jen with Coach Havoya.
Jen here with Havoya next to me. Now, Coach, Midi picking up an agent that he's never played with the team before. A bold move, given the short notice. So what compelled you to do it?
Because of change of our main player to Midi as a sub, we had to sacrifice some roles, and this is the most comfortable role for him, as he felt. So that's why he went to play Gecko.
Thank you for the insight. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
They gotta dig a little bit deeper on this one, because otherwise they're gonna be eliminated in a very sad way fashion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to bring that back up.
Yeah, I didn't even catch it until you said
Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're catching me off guard, Yansu.
I'm feeling a little bit sad.
People
right now.
being
How about you
people.
two? Are you sad way or happy way?
I'd say I'm more happy when I'm in a good mood.
Yeah.
I'm in a good mood. G2's winning.
Oh, of course. They have a chance at 2-0 here.
Yeah, they should 2-0 here. This is an excellent map for G2. XLG looks shook. They are not playing together in the same level that G2 is. Leaf's on a roll, Jaw's on a roll. Like, this has all metrics of a quick 2-0 stomp to start a lower bracket run.
Yeah, you're in another territory now for XLG where it's untested.
भाई ये तो 40 मिनट में अगर खत्म होगा 11 बजे तक तो मैं गेम 2 चालू हो जाएगा 11:15 तक.
Then maybe in between, I think that's the saving grace for XLG. They were able to get a little bit of practice where they could try out something different than a Teo comp, where they tried the Fnatic comp and they got 5 rounds only. So it's really for XLG's side, it's just hoping to make sure that if you're able to tweak a little bit of that away from that Fnatic comp, playing the ISO Yoru, what can you actually do this time around? And it seems that we got some insults.
Okay, G2, they are going to go into a double controller look here. At least that's what they're hovering. This is similar to what teams like Gen G have been bringing out, and I think it's super strong. The way this comp works is because you're playing that Yoru, you can drop a flash agent, just have the scout initiator, and you get so much kind of fog of war creation with the 2 smokes on attack. You get great reads.
First time they are playing it on Haven.
Well. I'm a fan of this, fans.
And the variation that you have for G2 is now you have Leaf on that Vice, and Leaf has been so good as a Sentinel role as well. So not only are you coming out with a double controller, you're also adding more Senti plays. And kicking things off on the defensive side, it is going to be difficult.
और Senti में भी if you are playing a agent like Vice, काफी कुछ changes हो सकते हैं.
He's got to lock in here soon.
He does, otherwise XLG will be eliminated. So let's send it back to Brennan Sideshow for map 2.
Mostly map 2 में it's done.
Well, we need to see a step up here from XLG, and playing against G2, not letting their foot off the gas one bit. Change up in the compositions as the desk was already alluding to. G2, I mean, there's been this heavy shift, I think, as well, gradually that we've seen this event where more and more teams are opting into a bit more Viper being played across the board.
Happyway Cypher is going to have to do a good job once the side swap of denying potential lurks from Jonah P. Or Leaf even using the Viper wall. But now that we're focused on the attack side, my eyes are on XLG. Can their double initiators combo together to set Raga up for success? This comp is not a million miles away from what they were previously running and having so much success with.
Let's see.
Jordan already going exploring up through mid here with a flash and a horn top towards the top.
To the side. It's a lot of damage, no slight kill, but Valen might get that exit or not. Happy Way trying to catch him. Paranoia just barely there towards his back. And
Valen!
It's a beautiful idea from G2, and yet no kills whatsoever.
Spike planted.
All going the way of XLG. They now have C control, garage lurk, 5v2. Couldn't get a better beginning.
All offside as well. No smokes alive. Valen has been dropped. One way propped up on top of it. It's inevitable at this point. XLG going to be able to get that strong start they were hoping for. Raga from behind. Just trying to tap away there, ghost in hand. Jorgamo puts him down, but his team has got it all handled.
So really nice idea, the flash and the horn.
Valen का मेरे को POV देखने के.
Players there in grass. But despite doing damage, they couldn't actually finish off a kill.
One enemy
And XLG
remaining.
turned the fight on them.
Valen का POV लाओ.
XLG previously were running the Tejo Breach version of this composition. Very similar. I don't think moving away to Sova Breach hurts you too much at all. Changes things slightly, but should still put Raga in a good opportunity to get some big entries. Which, honestly, every comp they've played so far has not really done that. Empower their star player.
Aiming ka control with that smoke.
Big group up. Discipline going to be required here when you're clearing out towards A lobby. XLG making moves towards it, but they're just contacting the barrel. Might just be sticking out towards the side and
दोनों मार दिया रागा ने.
Best start that he's had in a map so far. 4-1.
Whoa. Whoa.
Up over towards the top of that ledge. Happy to pop them and leave last one left standing.
एक flash, एक kill, easy.
XLG. This is what they needed to get the blood pumping ever so slightly.
And to get some belief too.
Yeah.
I think they were playing with massively lacking confidence on Icebox. It does make some level of sense. They're a team that's had to undergo
Enemy
a
remaining.
roster change coming into Masters Toronto, which has hurt them. And then they've been rattled in their opening game. They got to pick Sentinels and got kind of destroyed. 13-6, 13-6. This is the first time it really feels like they've got their feet underneath them. Smoke over towards Bricks, pushes Trent back, taking a bit of short and long control. No immediate reaction from G2, and XLG back it up. They are a team that's good at playing the macro usually.
taking a bit of A-long control. Giving it up now. Coconut going to be rejoining the rest of his team. Leaf.
ड्रोन के पीछे जाएगा.
Flash and a drone up and over.
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
Yeah, it's not going to be saving you from much here. Raga, it's off to an absolute heater. Beginning here of Haven.
Jorg's thinking about how to get past this trip over towards the C side of the map because he's pushed up and got good information. It's allowing them to stack 3 players over here towards A.
Players up. G2 might be able to put a stop to this. Paranoia's already going to be sweeping past. Vulnerability. All going to be used here with a snake bite. Aftershock into the corner, clears out Trent. Puts a bit of fear into XLG as well. Now they're going to start scurrying into a different direction, right into Jorgamo perhaps, but no, B seems to be the goal.
Right into where the wall was, but they've gotten a bit lucky. The leaf's already gone.
The sidestepping straight back into this one, Valin.
Bhai.
Takes out Raga, Coconut. Got to try and hold this one down on through the bottom of mid, but here comes the re-exploration of G2.
Weapon here.
Through Link now, 3 players stacked up, grouped up. Ready to explode. They spotted it, just trying to see if they can get any sort of easy access to these fights. Open sight lines, XLG not willing to get them too easily still. Too much to overcome.
Nice. Nice.
Rolling G2.
Nice.
How do they do it?
Hi Ketu, what's up? News up. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the stream.
From Happy Way in his position at the back of the B site. No util for either team. And G2's coordination.
Brodies.
That could have been an opportunity.
Fights are this.
Really big bonus.
Keeping me over here.
Opening pig, an avenue into B.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think they had full knowledge.
The things are pretty stressed out right now.
Raga did go down to 2 of them on A though, so I think they should have been setting up some level of crossfire there. It looked like they were just worried about other avenues. Now though we could see a set play.
Love from Cobra Army. Rare Rishu bhai ki taraf se ho. Love you buddy.
This one flying forwards, but the Thorns were dead nice and early. It's a shock dart sent flying in.
I'm back.
Gains himself backside control though. Out towards into goal.
Okay, backside.
This is G2 playing this one fast with the flood defense. They want to try and take this one.
The way these guys shoot. Jog, are you crazy?
Stinger in the hand of Jorgamo obtains the upgrade in the air, and Viva's the last
उस मेरी स्टिंगर ऐसी क्यों नहीं चलती भाई?
Can't stand against it.
शायद तभी मैं प्लाट पे हूँ.
When they turn up the tempo, no stopping her.
मेरी स्टिंगर ऐसी नहीं चलती. एक ही क्लिप में 2 बंदे.
Flood defending like that. Usually a little bit of a slower team, a little bit more happy. to let you get the site.
अब देख मेरे को स्टिंगर फ्रैग दिखा हुआ पे बाकी फाइट्स अच्छी है एक ही क्लिप में ही गॉट 2
and there were players ready to pop flash through
well
that
played.
Instantly. The C's as well.
I'm actually waiting for the FNC ka game. I am actually waiting for it.
They were in a position
FNC's
to go
game.
3-0. Now the score's even and their economy's shattered.
ठीक है
Placed down here by XLG, looking to hope.
Happy Way gets one. Good shot.
It's called Trent. Stepping straight back up and hello.
I know exactly.
Two players toppled. XLG kick the doors down over
Bhai, ye
towards A,
Sheriff
cause G2 to scurry their
24
way around.
left.
It's only Jonah P who's going to be home.
It's unbelievable value from Happy Way.
Gun to Raga.
These guns. Jonah's got to try to stop them going for something quick.
Yeah, their only chance is Jonah P stalling this one out. Tucks himself into the short position, looking to try and get embedded. The
Nice
damage on
shot.
Happy Way prize enough to try and stop him. TP in full.
Nice.
No one's covering. No one's watching
Ooh.
it. Doubled up though, round towards
Nice.
it.
2v2.
Try and do the most out of the XLG. Right
Ah!
below double lead.
If you can't do something right,
Zaved collated.
From XLG. One of the players not going wide enough on the swing, and Leaf, he gets so much damage done, skewers them. A headshot from the Guardian.
The way actually they collated.
And XLG almost managed to make a pretty impossible round happen there off the back of Happy Way.
one enemy remaining.
I think,
Player standing.
I think credit there, so much of it needs to go to Jonah P though as well. Because with that old pop, with the snake bite, with his kill in short, he bought enormous amounts of time for Valen and Leaf to come through into
Time out. The collat was bad. The collat was bad. थोड़ा सा चलो भाई have fun bye get to okay join करना वापस have fun happy Sunday love you buddy कान दर्द होने लग गए बे हेडफोन को कुछ करना पड़ेगा अब यहां से अगर 10-2 हुआ ना for G2 then G2 baby ट्रैवल एडवाइजरी आई है कहीं की तो ओके एक्चुअली इट्स G2 baby
Gorgamo's picked this one off.
अब देखो
He's got it facing towards C right now, but could easily swing towards Garage.
The one gate crash available in through spawn. That's his get out of jail card.
अगर कहीं पीक आया
Leaf also just used his Vice Flash to re-clear towards Garage. They dropped the Viper wall, flashed in, and they know that there's nobody been inserted there.
Trent's doing a lot here. He's breaking a dart. A lot of presence here is going to be flashed up. And it has pulled players successfully over towards A. So working the map a bit slower from XLG.
Where are you?
And they found that avenue. Like you said, Jorgamo's now no longer on C with the operator.
ठीक है
He's still going to commit to A.
They've got all options open.
What is the call that they're making? They
बी
had
पे वाइस वॉल लगा के छोड़ दी जाती है
go into a potential C split. They're going to go over towards A anyway. It's being reinforced. There's players here waiting off to the side, including Trent tucked into the corner.
30
Side the
seconds
Viper
left.
roar.
Nice!
Dealt with TP into the back. Nothing else to really supplement the rest of that one after shock.
the
Nobody.
flash was
Just
good
pushed out into the open, but with that operator in the hands of Jorgamo, short is on lockdown. Flash dodged up and over towards the top. Supplementary util.
Oh.
And it's a scramble, a mad dash from XL.
bro these guys are so locked in these guys are so fucking cracked
G2 with this new composition and a ton of ideas of how they want to play it on the A site. We already saw Jonah in one of the previous rounds lock it down. This time, you got Jorg sending a cute little flash up and over the top, and then picks up Mini.
Enemy remaining.
You see Trent hiding inside the Viper orb at A long. A really aggressive position from him. But he's also playing anti-flash and can turn around to deal with that gate crash from Raga on the entry. Cute ideas. G2 get 4 in a row. Knocking XLG's economy down once again. And Happy Way, if he tries to take space.
God.
Straight to the dome. Call it overkill. An immediate reposition as well. Jorg's going to be in a different
क्या
spot.
चल रहा है?
Nothing's going right now for XLG.
अरे
I mean, what? That one's supposed to be. You gotta get a replay of that. That's supposed to be headed towards backside, and Raga just walked in front of it.
And at this point, if Oral is not in the bin already,
Nothing's perfect.
I don't know where it is.
That was perfection.
That's a brutal one.
I know that they're having comms issues, but
What in the hell is happening there?
get Sean on speed dial.
The shot was good.
I mean, show us this. What's going on here?
No, that's a brutal one. We've been there. We've all been there.
Sova utility does interact with your own team's clones.
We learned that the other day.
Yeah, you can shoot a recon on top of its head if you want, but I mean, you can also shoot a shock dart. Do crazy damage to your own squad.
A brutal one, and it's fast going from XLG. Eurowalter, or Omenon, I should say.
They were thinking about it.
TP up towards heaven is going to be broken. Raga forwards here to breach ult. Try and lay way towards the sides. Trent's already there. Perfect with the util. Haunt just paints out Raga's outline. Jorgamo even going to be using his own dimensional drift now. Spots it out. Plenty of players left waiting around to the side. Re-exploration, re-clearing. Cord 4, TP. Flash waiting. Prime going to let
Nice.
loose here in G2. And Pounce got the opportunity
Nice.
to draw out even more blood. XLG not able to take a breath in these moments, but they may have an opportunity to go a bit further.
Nah, nothing. No opportunity. अकेला एक या दो मार लेगा.
But I think that the round should just be dead. I mean, the spike is surrounded by G2 players.
There's no retrieving it, is there? On from the side here is Leaf waiting. And now, just Happy Way. He's earned himself that decent spot to play in, but like you mentioned,
Yeah, I mean, what
30
can you do?
seconds left.
What can you do in this spot? It's not like you're going to be going for the pathing to get the spike, is it? I mean, how would you even begin to pull that off?
Nothing.
Beautiful idea
Time
still
भी नहीं है
again
भाई
from
BC.
G2. They're so aware of the breach ult that is out here for XLG. They break the Omen ultimate, or at least cause enough pressure for it to get cancelled. And then
10
Trent
seconds left.
is on site, baiting out the breach ultimate, and then throws a haunt that is perfect, catches instantly onto Raga's TP. Trent has been a nightmare for Raga to deal with. On one of the A exec, Trent was hiding inside the Viper Orb. On another one of them, he's throwing a haunt and killing him through a smoke. And then they're instantly back through. That's just as Raga goes through his teleport. There's no chance for him to break that.
One enemy remaining.
And of course, the flash re-clear with the teleport out through A long. Beautiful ideas. And it's all working.
That goes there.
XLG look to show G2 a bit of their own medicine here. Stingers on 3 of the players. And a Sova ult, in case things get a little bit tricky. XLG will be trying to win this one.
Shocks are not going to do much there for the Vice Wall. Obviously intended for the Thorns that have been placed prior. TP into the back.
TP नहीं मार
Still, it's there, available, ready, and wasting.
He could have got one at least. Vulnerable वो.
XLG though, the ones dominating. Oh, as I say that, Leaf
1v2.
take out 2 of them. Leaves it into a 1v2 spot for Trent. We've seen this guy in the clutch. We know what he's capable of.
Spike.
Coconut's going to be able to put down a one-way for the spike. They can play over towards long, but it will offer potentially opportunities for Trent to pick them off if his aim can be good enough. Vandal, powerful at long range.
Only one
I think he should start to
opportunity.
get the read.
कि भाई recon पे एक आधा दिखे.
Reveals his position. Now time to send some util flying forwards here. Sees, deaded. That's going to be cutting up the close angle here. Slight tap, trying to force these players out wide into the open. It's Happy Way who takes the peak. Time ticking though onto this spike, and the spot just unwinnable now. Happy Way doesn't land that shot though. Still, there might be an opportunity.
Ah!
A difficult shot to hit. All the way through still.
XLG chose to play the time there, choosing to go for 2 1v1s instead of double swinging. The clock had been starting to tick a little bit.
One enemy.
But I think, listen, dial back, big picture. It's a good round from XLG. They came into this one with mostly a light buy, 3 stingers, bit of a thrifty. And they've come away with the victory. 6-3 though, they're gonna need more of that. Because this actually looks like the most kind of get up and go that they've had all tournament, I would argue. But still, they've only been able to put 3 together.
Haunter up and over the top with a bit of spam from Jonah P. He's doing some work, he's doing some damage. The bullets landed onto Happy Way. He's dropped down to just barely anything.
XLG have got a really nice read right now that this wall is up on front B.
Jonah P, you're hard stuck onto this angle right now. Raga's got you watched. Flash dodged, and there's a get out, Raga.
It's a good punish. He's got great information just from the sound. A bit bold, I'm not exactly sure what Jonah was going for there with the hop up.
Jonah को लगा स्विच का वॉलेट मैं चढ़ जाता हूँ.
As Happy Way feeds into this B lurk position. XLG, they're playing slowly. And a kill happened there on both ends. Raga also punished Trent for an info peek.
Raga hasn't cleared that. I think he's missed it on top of the box. And he's just out into the open.
No!
There with a trade. Raga might have just done enough though. Still that TV forwards. Midi. He's got to be sharp with it. Rifle in hand, finally putting a stop to it. Jogumo's running rampant.
Once again, it's 1v2.
Here, Midi and Viva being left to do it now. Jump spot out into the open. Stray shots and damage and spamming all. Oh my, no coverage is so. Not like this. Not like this.
A jumping right click, magnetized onto the head of Midi. Leaf knew exactly that he had that opportunity to try to force the play. Knew that the player short was going to be trying to defend. He plays it beautifully, but also Lady Luck very firmly on his side.
How's he getting away with that?
It's not like Midi was 1 HP either.
No.
But he leaps out of heaven for a Red Bull clutch in a round where Raga, I think, had done what should have been enough.
One enemy remaining.
Look at this again.
Choking.
Absurd.
Choking.
Oh my God. They didn't need that.
No.
I mean, if we're being honest, I don't think they need that. But it's 7-3 and XLG down to Sheriffs again.
Can't catch a break. Clone's going to be broken nice and early though. This one causing a few problems. Shock dart. Close. A lot of util is going to be primed in the hands of these players. XLG looking to potentially go now. There it is. Fault line forwards and the C's to meet them.
C's ने लटकाया तो है.
XLG can step no further.
Delay करवाया है.
For now, Raga re-exploring. Risks to be taken with just the Sheriff in hand.
XLG did
8-3.
win that thrifty before.
There's a head.
Spoke
Clean off
to
the
phone.
shoulders. Valen's going to be done. No more.
Does feel like Raga's starting to get a feel of the game.
Heating up.
He's playing very much on his own though. It's not like he's using that initiator util. Mostly just setting himself up for kills.
Way. And he was dragging most of the G2 players away, but a flash got a connection. Contact over towards A, and it's caused them scurrying back and over, but XLG are playing the long con. Going back over towards Raga, why not? But he earned himself the entirety of the C site.
It's a very dangerous rotate.
I told you now, spoke too soon.
Exposing himself to B and Garage, but they make it through. No casualties.
30 seconds left.
Should be a plant.
With one gun.
We're looking for a lucky connection in all. Raga, he's forward again. And this guy.
He is mad. He is mad. It's Thrifty Ace.
5 more. We can do this again.
Right when they needed him most.
That's what you're hoping for from XLG's superstar.
Double dead.
Face your fear!
Knew that he had to make the play. The only player with a rifle. Utterly solo as well.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we were talking so much about having watched the guy in China, how brilliantly he's usually set up by initiator utility and by the team's game plans. He does occasionally have solo plays here and there, but this round was just all on his own. Deadlifting XLG.
Beautiful. Barely a hand poking out. Trent. He's going to need a bandage for that one. Dropped down to 33 health.
But you can't do that consistently.
God.
And he won't even get a chance in this round. Runs into Giacomo, takes an op bullet to the chest. And now the rest of XLG have to try to put a game plan together without their star player, without the dimensional drift. And it's the last one in the half.
Cover going out.
We're looking to spot out these players now. Dimensional drift sees the two of them.
That's great info.
I'm back.
You know that the Cypher's lurking somewhere. You know that all three of the other players are over towards A. And Jorg, he's already anticipating that
the timing of the flash.
Pivot. Happy Way's caught the timing past the flash.
Yeah, he has. No acknowledgement on that one.
Very fast timing.
About as good as the timing as he could possibly hope for. It's still being jiggled, but yeah, Leaf unanticipating it.
Cage triggered.
Leaf even went for a reaction. Thorns popped there at 40 seconds. Jorg's on an island.
Voila, the timing of the flash. It just turned the whole round.
Take advantage of the fact here over towards C. This is Valen. He full sticks it. He full sticks it. He's all the way in through.
He just gets
Cleaned
one.
up. In the end, XLG now. They do have finally open access to that C site.
But वहाँ से एक बंदा लो है, यहाँ से दो लो है.
XLG to get a 7-5 half, more than they could have dreamed of early.
Happy Way. He's got the operator in his hands here. Misses the first shot though, and a bit of spam. Trying to run this guy down all the way. The ults though have been earned up midi. Stuns them all.
Nice try.
Sends them packing 7-5. A good finish here for XLG. Finally, a bit of fire in the belly from some of these players.
And a poetic way to end as well. Round 11, a complete solo play from Raga to ace and carry his team across the finish line. And then in the final round, Raga goes down early and the rest of the team get it done without him. Both halves of XLG working well.
Half time Zales. गाइस पता है बहुत भूख लग रही है. Okay. गाइस यार तुम लोग चैट पे नहीं आते हो ना, फिर मेरे को ये टाइम आउट्स के टाइम पे बोर होता है. फिर मैं फोन चलाने लगता हूँ, फिर तुम लोग चैट में आते हो जब मैं फोन चला रहा होता हूँ. फिर तुम लोग क्या बोलते हो कि भाई अब तो फोन चलाते हो. यार तुम चैट कर लिया करो यार, बोर होता है मेरे को भी. कोबरा रे शो देखते हैं कोबरा भाई क्या कर रहा है. C O B R कोबरा भाई कोबरा भाई इसने कोबरा सो भाई सोचा ऐसे फिर वहां आ गया. कोबरा टिश्यू नहीं रिश्यू. Is he live? कोबरा भाई is not live. कोई बोलेगा नहीं कोबरा भाई का. अच्छा कोबरा भाई 4 घंटे पहले लाइव थे. फाइन फाइन. पर एक चीज है, कोबरा भाई tries to stream multiple games. That's good.
Uh-oh, snake bite round towards the back, flash into your face on top of it. Jorgamo.
I go! Chi!
set up relatively well. G2 though, can they follow up on the most of it? Get the trade onto Midi, but this anchor smoke is brutal to get through, and Viva just trying to weave in and out between it. Valin drops one, dropped himself, traded in a moment's notice. Up towards the top though, no more smokes. Up towards heaven, and Happy Way just poking his head out.
3v2, one guy with 40, one guy with 125.
Happy Way with a ghost and very little health. How do you block this off?
Left.
Just has to be the double hold as they reclaim it, retrieve it. Scurrying back now to safety, getting that plant down.
Yeah, and I think Happy Way missed his timing to have influence in this round.
Could have potentially done it, but now G2
पता है एक heaven से आएगा.
Trying to play a bit more discipline, and there it is. As soon as you catch the contact, Leaf is supposed to be the pivotal point. Jonah
Smoke के अंदर से आना is a bad option.
And let's rewind to the very beginning of this pistol. You see here, a stun getting thrown out. In theory, you've got that breach sober composition that should be a little bit better at locking off A lobby and setting Raga up for the early fights. But G2 are through. I mean, they got fast into that area, wall up, wall down, and they're in. G2 should be playing slower mid-rounds with the Viper in their composition, the double smokes comps, set up people like Leaf or Jonah to go for lurks. But XLG are going to be wanting to force fights like this one.
That's 101.
Single digits. Stave off most of the aggression, though, that XLG will go.
Yeah, no, that's not 101. That's wallbang head.
Bucky and a Marshall being brought into this one. So there's danger in long-range angles and somewhere close, although Happy Way's actually playing the Bucky.
I've never seen this.
Over towards A long.
Yeah.
Really bizarre. But it's also not an area that G2 are currently exploring.
All eyes towards C. Be onto Viva and Coconut to see if they can clear the way.
There you go.
Viva, a bit of supplementary there with a spam. He needed to defend the sliders of corners, and Leaf is catching a timing. You can hear it, the footsteps. Raga was anticipating it, and there's a Bucky coming into work.
Upgrades, potentially. Downgrades, I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. Do you want a Stinger? Nah, rather have the Marshall, apparently. Happy Way will have to get a run on, though. Try and put a stop to this here.
Dog.
God, man!
That looked sharp, but he was also facing the haunt. So would have been lit up like a Christmas tree on Trent's.
The haunt.
3 players trying to come back in here. They've got a Bucky or a Stinger to work with. It's going to be tough.
Let's see what they can do. Util readily available here with a fault line at least. Alongside the dart, Paranoia, hold on, trenches down into the open! You gotta try and land those shots though, and he still gets the
2v2 with 7 and 65, total makes 72. Only 7 HP.
They know that game well.
There's been damage done there. I mean, if XLG can put together a decent buy, which they should be able to, because they only
भाई ये गलत हो गया था.
They've actually chunked away at G2's economy a little.
अच्छा मारा, अच्छा मारा.
But this is now going to be a must-win round for them. G2 are coming in with double stingers.
Play clutch, play clutch, it's fine.
I mean, to be clear, they can't hear Josh in that moment. But hard when you're a coach not to vocalize what you're thinking. Here's that stun like I'm talking about. XLG's compet is better for A lobby control.
Bro, Raga gets one, that's villain. And the smokes are out of the game.
He's managed is going 1-for-1, and I'm not sure that that's enough in a round like this. G2 slow things down. XLG take the response into mid. This flash, Vice flash, up on their screens, always available to get the info.
3 players. I can wait now. Plenty of bullets left waiting, and more where that came from. Jonah P. He knows where that final player could be lurking around towards the side.
1v1. And he knows that's a player.
It's Leaf versus Viva.
And it's a must-win here for Viva. It's G2's bonus. They can still afford to buy into the next. Viva can't.
Which will set up. Plant is down, and the game of timings is just missed.
Ab Ringa Roses Kelo.
This one all the way round to the side, and a bit of patience now played as well.
Viva's had a nightmare of a map so far. He's 2 and 10. This would be everything for the guy.
Flash hasn't seen much. He's got to reveal his hand. Deep dart down, and it clears one of the angles for him. Doesn't know where to expect Leaf though, creeping around, crawling around this guy. It's all over the place.
Half kar diya tha bhai ne.
And It's a gorgeous plant position from Leaf. Makes it feel like he's playing towards Cubby or Long, but actually when he wraps around there, there's no area where Viva can be on the spike and it's not just completely in the open.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Jonah does a great job picking off both players here. But I thought that the double initiators might be able to pull through for XLG. I think that round, though, was everything for the Chinese squad.
Nice, Nate. Good shit, bro.
It's over.
It's a bonus conversion here for G2.
Hey,
10
Nate.
to 5 now. Not letting their foot off the gas.
Time to jump.
XLG were given an in with the rounds that they accrued up on that prior half, but G2
Sound आई रहेगी ना? तोड़ो.
stop to it here and now.
अरे क्या jump है?
Cheeky there, hopping around to the side. Hold on. Oh,
down.
happy wave. The sheriff shots are flying and rattling down that sight line.
3 versus 3. That's what it's come down to now here. Playing a bit off site still. Coconut this up. They're going to have smokes to play this one. You can't be entirely off the side, and G2 I think have just realised it. Now starting to play up a little bit more. Late lurk now from Leaf. It's going to be that backup policy, but with a bit of pace, might not get a chance to do it here. Shots already fired. Valen has been caught from behind. The TP down towards Long. You are completely out of the picture. Jorgamo is forwards, and guns need to be at the ready. It's Viva again versus Leaf once more. Can he do it? Tapping out, searching, hunting.
It's deja vu for Viva again. Leaf hops up to Logs and delivers another bullet to the side of the head. Tragedy for XLG. That's a round that G2 misplayed a little bit to get into a tricky situation. They weren't quite ready for what was going on with the trip. I mean, Jorg just beefed his movement a little bit. And then things cascaded from there.
One enemy remaining.
To be honest, Jorg redeemed himself with 3 in the round. He really made up for it. But a couple of teammates got killed and Josh is chuckling about that. So similar to
I don't know
previous.
what happened in the round.
And the pressure is just off them at this point. You could maybe make an argument, I think, at the beginning.
Like, why are
of
they
this
even
series
laughing?
that G2 are the ones that are feeling like they have to put their best foot forwards. They've been locked down into the lowers.
दो राउंड और मोस्टली 1.5 घंटे में 2 मैच खत्म होना इज अ बिग डील. होता नहीं है बाय द वे इतना. Not so soon, huh? Basically, not so that soon. Jog gets 1, Viva gets 2 actually.
That's redemption for Viva.
Answers back. 2, maybe
3, 4.
God! A bit of fire.
Go for it. Oh, he's low.
Spam maybe to get the job done towards the end. He's 1 away from the ace. And it would do wonders for the confidence.
He is jumping.
Leave us dodging, juking, desperate to stay alive. The movement of chance, and now's his chance in the sun.
But no, hold on.
Now hold on.
Pump the brakes. There's a minute still left here. I've seen Leaf work
It's
magic
kind
before.
of a 1v2.
Gets dripped over towards C.
Oh, it's a 2.
Walking
It's
knife
2
out, doesn't
days.
realise the happy way is already there.
Okay. And the adrenaline can start seeping away for XLG. Those are good kills for Viva to get. He was hanging out at the bottom of the scoreboard for such a long time. I think he only had 1 kill in the first half.
Got to get the confidence back somehow.
And he's also lost 2 vitally important 1v1s against Leaf.
Yeah.
Go away.
So to be able to just step up and rip through 4 of the players, getting his team back into things. That's a big one, that's important.
Still a bit quiet from XLG's side of things. Mood obviously dampened, I think, by that score, but 1 round at a time is how it has to be.
Double single, Valen and Leaf, they're both incredible with them. But in theory, it's a weaker economy. And they're only heading to the site where Viva is completely alone.
Midi is walking all the way down mid. He's exploring. Jordan with a dimensional drift clears all of the A site out. Spots it. Multiple players there. Raga taking a peek. Let's claim Jonah P.
And this allows them now to use the Vice ultimate for post-plant.
Midi to tap. It's forced out the ult early here. Players going to be colliding, clashing. Jorgamo tries to step forward. He's going to try and stem that bleeding, shore it up, at least momentarily here, round to the side. And the ult's going to be extended. Oh my goodness, he's just swapping around the weaponry. Valen just walking.
Oh.
Happy way from on high. Operator in hand after shot, pushing him out wide. And it's just left down to Trent in that 1v2 scenario. And Happy way.
The comeback is coming.
The appropriate position.
3 kills, I think, with the op in that round in 2 different players' hands. Raga got the opener onto Jonah P, playing pretty aggro on site. But this round was all about the ults. XLG were anticipating that G2 were going to lead with something. Let's say Vice ultimate, maybe the dimensional drift. So they ended up playing pretty soft on A, tried to come back in with a breach ultimate, got stopped. And then skirmishes. Opportunities for them to peek a player in here and there, and Happy Way from Heaven getting massive value with the op. Now G2's economy is properly dead in the water. Still, the same 2 players with stingers in hand. But everyone else now, instead of rifles, down to sheriffs. This defensive setup is now working. Partly because they've had the op, and partly because XLG feel like they're playing with a little bit more aggression, perhaps?
Time to jump.
An ability to take it to G2.
Pressure relieved.
There's 1 trip broken at the front of B, but Happy Way still has a 2nd trip in a deeper position, so he's not as worried about just getting walked on. Garage, though, is currently pretty dangerous. They have this camera that gives them information into Garage, but it got smoked off.
It's cleared through. Jorgamo inserts his presence there now over towards B in the Garage.
And they don't have a re-clear protocol for this. I mean, if they had the breach on this side of the map, I'm sure they would, but for now, with their current defensive setup, you've just got to stay here.
One big glaring question mark. Happy Way's going to be watching onto most of this here, but it does drag bodies away from it. G2, you've got 30 seconds left. Got to start to decide where you want to go at some point.
30 seconds left.
Potentially a B pop. Jordan will be in a backstab. Looks like that is where they're going to be trying to go for here, but Midi has plenty of utility to dissuade this. Trip. Almost going to be triggered round from the side here.
David!
Happy Way. Near-sighted matters not. Beaver offloading it, buying time now for the Flood to try and get in. There's 7 seconds left. G2 trying to get that plan down here. Running and gunning and Coconut. Just laying claim down now onto the side leaf. There's the last one left. Gun into his hands. Defuse is sticking.
NT.
And if that's what it takes.
The game plan was so nice as well from G2. They put so much effort into inserting Jorgamo into that top Garage position, and then threw a paranoia to try to flush the player into his sightlines. And look at Happy Way here. He's blinded up, knows he's being shot multiple times, and just spams towards Garage. Finds his kill. And the rest of XLG flood on in and are somehow able to overpower the Viper's Pit too.
11-8.
The economy is not in an amazing spot here for XLG, honestly, because that came down to the wire. But it's G2 who are going to be taking another timeout right before they get rifles back.
2 more rounds.
Thinking we might see is a trip over here towards short, for example. which just kind of stops the Viper lurk from happening that you would expect. And instead, it's been Happyway playing mostly towards C the entire time. He's got a trip for garage window, in fact, this time. So if you try to get into that deep position that Jorg played in previously,
hold on.
You're done.
AC, yeah, we're seeing it. It's going to be that nightfall scattered forwards, no connections. TP now into the back by Valen. No, it's all clear.
Oh, fake as well into spawn, so they do have to respect that. There's an Omen smoke in the defender's spawn that they might have teleported into.
It's going to bleed time out of XLG where they have to try and at least defend this
Oh,
one.
yeah.
As that smoke just dissipates, Jorgamo, he's wide out into the open. He's going to flash his way in, but Valen's still towards the back. This is going to be clearing up the question marks. Here for XLG.
Important trade.
They're going to be clearing up most of the map as well. Into, through, and the side. B side.
They have flash, they have recon.
There it is, recon up and over. Smoke. Dropped up, a bit of spam from G2. Is this what it's going to take? Is this how they're going to be claiming this round here? Stepping forwards and past it. The line of scrimmage that was layered down, and its stray bullets follow the tracers. Time has run out. G2 12.
बच गया.
Very fast hit coming out of the timeout there. Straight out of the strat book. Good input from Josh RT. Just gets them one round, but an important one. Yeah. The important one, potentially. That could have been everything as well. Jorg losing his life a little too easily. But the players in the clutch are rock solid as always for G2.
Bro, the Thorn is so funny, just hearing like that crunch, crunch, crunch when he's running through.
It's good to see that even the simple things can delight the players after their thousands of hours of play.
This is G2 on the cusp of sending XLG home.
And Raga with it all to do. Bodies coming towards him, fast and unknown.
Very tight angle to be home.
Flash.
Just catching the clone. Takes that first contact, forcing the TP back at him. So Raga evacuating. And through the back though, this is Happyway hard committed. He's decayed down. Thorns and a snake bite, it's all offloaded. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Foul concoction that G2 just brewed up, and now with a player advantage, site control is theirs. We're looking at Raga to see if he can be the difference maker. Peeks out,
it's
Raga,
over.
follow up at all. It's the Vice Sword offloaded now. Thorns scattered wide.
It is over.
And with it, XLG's hopes. Jorgamo taking point, taking contact, and bodies are dropped.
बोला ना it is over.
It's G2 who move on.
Actually game 1 उतना ज़्यादा ये भी नहीं था because जो play दिखाया कल था XLG ने उस हिसाब से there was nothing. It was nothing. Guys, फोन को रखते हैं अपन चार्ज पे. कैम है ना मेरे पे. थोड़ी देर है ना. बेड पे बैठ के कि भाई वो चेयर पे बैठे-बैठे कमर की बैंड हो.
Wanna snap another picture? No? Okay. Right. Time for another question while you multitask. Speaking of the tough loss, though, that is why you guys found yourself in this position today. But no doubt, you guys bounced back. So what were the talks? What were the issues?
The talks was honestly the same talks when we lost the Sen in the upper final to qualify for here. Nobody was down. We knew we were going to make a lower bracket run against 100 Thieves, EG, MIBR, Sen. And so we're going to do the same thing.
So no hard conversations?
No hard combos. Just watching the VOD, fixing our mistakes, and just had to be ready for today.
Lastly, I know Valiant said you guys are not scared of the lower bracket run, right? I mean, pressure makes diamonds, and you guys are going for that diamond bracelet anyways. But do you feel like this is the position that you guys needed to be in order to get into that high gear?
I feel like the position we needed to be in was group stage, to be honest. First seed's a curse. We just needed to warm up into things, and now we're a very scary team in the lower bracket. And I got my family here, home crowd, my girlfriend, everyone supporting, and got nothing to lose now.
Right. Lastly, I know you don't like to trash talk, but we got some people talking smack about G2. Anything you wanna say?
Yeah.
No?
I mean, I'm gonna be humble because we talked some smack and then we lost, so we're just gonna let the game show for itself.
All right, thank you so much, Donor P. Congratulations once again. Leaf, are you willing to talk some smack? Willing to talk some smack?
To who? Oh, no, I don't need to talk smack. The regional results speak for themselves.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations. G2, once again, I'm going to let you guys enjoy this moment with the fans. Meanwhile, let's get ready for our second matchup of the day. It's going to be RRQ versus Fnatic. Woo!
क्या ब्रेक आने वाला है? PMI is done. No. चलो ठीक है guys, so I'll take a break. वॉच पार्टी का यही है, बैठे बैठे कभी कभी ऐसा जाता है ना कि you need to like do something. कुछ एक्सरसाइज जरूरी है, बिकॉज साला बैठे बैठे एकदम कमर कंधा कभी कभी दर्द होने लगता है. So boys and girls, those who are watching, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Let's go. मैच आने दो गाइस, अब थोड़ा ब्रेक ब्रेक है ना, ऐसा तुम लोग के सामने में जैसा IRL में रहता है वैसा ही मैं तुम लोग के सामने भी रहूंगा. सो चिल आउट. चलो गाइस, I'll be back.
still found his groove going into these games. He was
We are
not
back.
afraid to go toe-to-toe or even go aggressive for these early fights against Gen G. You're playing against Gen G and you're fighting these openers, I'm happy with that.
I do gotta
Yeah,
disagree with you a little
ये-
bit, because I think where he struggled was mainly on map 3, where the team as a whole was kind of
But that's a
failing
team.
across
Yes,
the
yes,
board.
bro.
That was more of a team issue in my mind. When they were
Problem यही है
competitive
भाई.
on those first 2 maps, I really thought he was excellent and finding almost the same form that he had back in EMEA. Those fights into mid we were seeing in the replay were amazing. His confidence, his aim, it was all there. And I think you have to kind of look back at the history of Fnatic, because they've always been so good at enabling their rookie players to be great in their debut. Think of Alphayer in Copenhagen. Think of all of these different youngsters that they've brought into the team through their history that have always thrived in these positions.
For me, I think it's unbelievable that Alpha and Kayak were able to recover after the ultimates. Missing 2 of those ultimates. Alpha barely even left-clicked at Kayak. It was a weird interaction as well with the deadlock goal, but Vans, they managed to recover on Split. Not quite on Sunset, but this is what they do best, right? Fnatic don't often roll over and die after a loss.
What we had as a curse in terms of a small delay was actually a blessing for sure for Fnatic, because being able to calm things down and making sure that they're getting into the game, that the first seat curse doesn't really affect them that much. It was nice here to give a chance for Bolster to have those type of
कोई ना कोई अभी
calls
chat में
allow
पीछे
Alpha
आएगा.
to calm down
या
for
भाई
those
आप किधर
small
हो?
mistakes that came through. So
नहीं,
I still think that looking against RRQ, yes, it may look like on paper it should be a 2-0 for Fnatic here, but I think RRQ could be able to do it.
Yeah, this game absolutely should have been a 2-0 for Gen G, but Alphayer had an incredible rebound in the second half of Split, and I think his energy, his fragging, did a lot to pull greatness out of the rest of the team to make that 12-7 comeback happen.
Yeah, we're gonna check in with the players in just a moment, but before they take the stage, let's see what Golden Boy is up to. I see you're wearing your nail from the Artist Alley, so
He
I
still
wonder.
got it.
Yeah, I wonder what what kind of goodies
The
GB
thing
managed
is,
to get.
it's the first time that I had my nails done. I didn't know that this was like kind of permanent. I have to go get it, like going to a place to get it done.
I mean, let's see if GB got his nails done.
So here at Valor Masters Toronto, we have a lot of really cool
She seems to be an
activations
Indian.
booths. One of those things is our
Accent,
Artist
accent,
Alley
so
with our
bata lagega.
amazing
So,
community. And I'm here with Kermi, who's, Kermi, who is, she's corrected me multiple times now. Kermi, you have a beautiful setup here. Firstly, tell me about yourself. Where are you from? And also what inspired you to do this?
I'm from Toronto, and I basically started art when I first got into VCT with the team Sentinels.
Yeah.
And so at first I started with only Sentinels, but then slowly it transferred into mainly Tarek now.
Into mainly Tarek. Okay, that's completely fair. Actually, why don't you show us some of this stuff here? What do you have here? What's this? How long did it take you to do this and print out all that stuff?
I have this one as a freebie of Tarek. It's supposed to be him with his like Final Mouse collab.
Nice.
And I also have like keychains and pins of him and stuff.
That's so cool. So now, how's the experience been for you here in Toronto, meeting people? Has it been a fun one?
I was like really nervous at first, but everyone here is really nice. And it's just like a really wonderful opportunity.
Yeah. And look at you, you're killing it. I came around here, you had a full line. People were checking out your stuff. There is one thing that I saw that I absolutely loved. We can actually get a zoom in on it here. The anatomy of Wingman. And you have one here if you don't mind me. Yeah, it's a small version right here, right? This is hilarious. So how did you determine Wingman's anatomy?
I just guessed.
And I'm sure he'll just guess too, right? That's awesome.
Surely he has a lot of like squishiness, so thankfully I didn't have to guess too much.
Yeah, no. To be fair, that's what my wife says about me as well, so it makes a lot of sense. No, look, honestly, this is amazing, incredible stuff. Check out the Artist Alley booth. Check out Kermi. She is an incredible designer, making fun things for the community at a good price, and it's worth your time. Kermi, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Now, if that is not hard-hitting journalism, I don't know what is. But Rob Moore still flawless in predictions, and he's gone with Fnatic going into this one. What do you guys think?
I think that, didn't he say in one of the tweets and the replies, like, I was going for the other team, but who cares? We're going to let him keep the 2-0 right now for Rob Moore. I want to
he's
focus.
technically 3-0.
He's technically 3-0, yeah, but I want to think about me here. RRQ, I believe in that. Achilleos, the same. So I'm gonna trust Achilleos. I DM'd him yesterday. He's been the Achilleos Al-Gaib. I want to make sure I follow along with that, and now we're able to get our prediction right.
Give me the spark notes. Why do you think RRQ's winning? What's the sell?
Okay, so as I was mentioning before, Xfair was saying not used to playing against a slow playstyle of Wolves. I feel that they could do this against Fnatic. Then Crazy Guy was mentioning as well, he wants to leave everything on the table. They want to make sure that they don't fall flat going into this game. And you also have Warbirds, recently added into RRQ, and he is the anti-strat master. So having that many rounds and tape against Fnatic, I'm sure they're cooking something up here.
Yeah, you're selling me on the Team Renegades mention with him coming into that roster.
Okay, yeah, we won't talk about what happened.
Pacific Pride, let's go.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, I think I'm getting too deep in this one.
Yeah, right.
I do know who that is. Sorry, Renegades.
Yeah,
Renegades,
yes,
Randy
yes,
Savage.
yes.
The Valorant team.
Yeah,
from like 3 years ago.
He sent me some merch, you know.
That's nice.
Yeah, sorry for egoing you just now. But yeah, we have the players backstage ready to take the stage. This could potentially be the start of a beautiful lower bracket run, and one team will be going home no matter what. So let's send it down and bring out Fnatic and RRQ.
RRQ versus Fnatic.
It does not matter what happened regionally. What matters now
Is this BO3?
is if they can make a lower bracket run, and that starts right here.
RRQ struggled against a slow, macro-heavy team in Wolves, but it was their debut on stage for a very young team who is new to this global level as A5. Fnatic, they're going to be a tough opponent, but they have to put their all into it now.
I think that's an important thing that you bring up. It is RRQ's first time here coming on the stage, so I almost feel like you could come into this game with a nothing to lose mentality. Let's just have some fun. While for Fnatic, there's so much pedigree behind that name that falling flat into an 0-2 back on the stage, it's not something that they want.
If I had a penny for every time I rage in the Omen map select, I will have 2 pennies because I really was convinced that Fnatic are going to pick Icebox, considering RRQ have already showed it here.
Yeah, and they looked rough on that Icebox as well. But I imagine it will have been a focus, and Fnatic is excellent at, I think their Split, Lotus, and Icebox are all world-class maps, so I don't get it either, but I'm sure there is a reason, there is a read.
They're also a prep-heavy team. They like the VODs, they like to counter-strat, and there is already a VOD, which it doesn't happen very often in this tournament. So Vansili, they have to start strong and convince us why they pick Lotus.
I'd like to think from Fnatic's camp, the prep going into this game is because they know that most likely you're not going to play a tail comp on the side of RRQ. So what is the next big comp that RRQ has been playing during the kickoff is actually trying to mirror Fnatic with the exception of a KJ playing a Vice. So if you're going into that one, it's something that's in the wheelhouse of Fnatic that's always been very good on this map of Lotus.
Yet again, Fnatic having the easiest time of any team coming out of the Teo meta with their pivots because they just didn't play a ton of Teo. Both these maps to start, I would be absolutely shocked if they changed their comp because they were great on both of them in EMEA, and both of them, the meta comp for a while was named after this team.
Yeah. And in the second round of bans, you know, they had 3 choices. They instantly take out the Sunset as well.
Yeah.
You
Get it gone.
Yeah, gone completely. But do you feel like maybe RRQ could have abused that and picked the Sunset for themselves?
Yeah, I would have been interested to see, but I think it was a risk, right? Because they also haven't really played a ton of Sunset. In some ways, when you're in a high-pressure match like this, you don't want to take a huge risk. You want to play more towards comfort, but it just comes down to how good their Haven can actually be against Fnatic.
And I think that's why they took it, because Fnatic just played against Gen G. You were just mentioned before, this is something that Fnatic likes to do, study the tape. That's something that RRQ does a lot
For sure.
here.
But one of the biggest reasons I think Fnatic lost that Haven game was struggling to play into the Viper, which RRQ hasn't been playing. I could see them pivoting into that as they were a Teo team before, but Fnatic's defense was really great on Haven despite losing them.
It was indeed, and it was a really good way for them to start the map, and everything kind of just fell apart in the second half here. But for RRQ though, they're playing into 2 maps that Fnatic love, but the third map, Vansili, is where I think there should be a lot of chances for them to maybe pull off an upset.
See, the thing is, for me, that's where I'm a little bit scared. I still want to go for RRQ, but after seeing the map vetoes and seeing that Ascent is going to be the third map, that's where I'm a little bit worried. The fact that they were able to hold some pretty good defense against Wolves, because Wolves
How
have
many
such good
people
util around the deadlock to play against them, then that's where maybe Fnatic should be able to take this. So looking at the veto process,
I think it's the other way around.
I think Fnatic did it. They won the veto on their side.
I agree with Fansili.
Really?
I think if we get to map 3, I really want to see Jemkin change up his style a little bit. He struggled on that map last time. But here we go. Agent select for Lotus. Fnatic, no surprises, of course.
Yeah, they've only ever played 2 comps in the history of Lotus, and they're just going to stick to it. Crashies, I know you're trolling.
Yep, and for the side of RRQ, it looks like they are going to change into just the Fade here. This is basically the same exact comp that Fnatic is running, only difference of
Crashies को क्या खेलने का है?
who I think is super viable on this map and does add a lot of defense.
And that's why Kickoff
Yoru?
0-3 on this map of RRQ
Sky,
with this
Loru,
composition,
Fade.
which is why I think Fnatic was still quite comfortable to play on this map. The tried and true for their side, mirror matchups against with the Fade, and then you just kind of know how the map is being played when you're just not going to play against a Vice or a KJ. Everything else stays identical in terms of, you know, the slow pace default towards C, try to get towards the A side, so Fnatic definitely knows how to play against that.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cushy here. He was playing the Sova mostly in the first series that RRQ played and was really good on that role. For Vice here, he has a lot of agency when he's on defensive side to make plays, to hard hold down that C site. You expect greatness from him.
It is my great honor to introduce to you your casters for this match. It is a real treat. We don't get this one very often. Give it up for Pansy.
Back from the shadow.
Yeah, thank you so much. A bit of a surprise. Mike looking better than ever. So I am very pleased to be joined by you here, Bea. But
love to be the side chick in this relationship.
Okay, you put me on the spot instantly. But let's kind of focus in on this because we do have an elimination here, right? Between these two, that first seed curse has been working wonders, right? Everyone seems to be suffering. But what's your takeaway from that first game when we saw both of these teams make their debuts?
Yeah, when I look at the side of RRQ, I have to echo the words that Mimi was saying. I think that Cushy played a very big part, and especially moving on to Lotus with them starting on the attack, this Vice is going to be very important because unlike the Cypher, unlike the Killjoy, you do not have a utility that is going to tell you someone is in the back besides that wall, and that can be triggered so easily from the side of Fnatic. But both of the teams can start very carefully on that one, on this one, especially Fnatic with how slow they were yesterday and whatnot. Feel like they want to test the field.
I already like this though from Fnatic, getting proactive over towards Mount, taking space here, the exchange of goods almost. Yeah, rubble's not ours, so we're going to lean over this way, clear through B main. So a nice beginning, but RRQ's pace is tempered. They're taking their time, they're not in a particular hurry.
I want to see how this change in the composition is going to affect the way the RRQ had been
Shot.
Crazy guy finds the first 2 kill onto Alvir and Chronicle, but Boaster gets the response.
Yeah, the third just felt a little too
I go! Oh, nice. Finally.
Xfero just catching Crashies. And this is huge though. Kayak and Boaster aren't going to be pleased about this, but Kayak's done brilliantly.
Huh?
But gets outgunned. This is the start that RRQ would be dreaming about. Now we ask a big question. The main man himself, can he lead by example? A 1v3, a lot to ask for. Sheriff to hand.
125.
Glance left and right. The first couple of steps, almost the deadliest. This cross is in place.
Nice try.
Jemkin more than able to do it. And a good, comfortable start for RRQ.
Yeah, Fnatic that definitely wanted to fight. We saw a lot of Sheriffs going onto that pistol round, and that definitely was a pain point for Fnatic yesterday. Yes, they managed to win like 3 out of the 6 that they played, but in 2 of those, they lost the next round. So it's not looking good. Definitely some of the homework that they need to do if they get back to EMEA. Maybe they can start a little bit earlier today. But for RRQ, being patient, finding the kills, finding the space, and a very quick response if they're pushing and putting all of these numbers in C. Of course, A is going to be very weak.
So, can they continue this? I'd like to see what RRQ looks like with some more confidence. It was a brutal start for them. But Fnatic, once again, being proactive here. And why not in this round? A lot of classics and an isolated player. A good reward, at least a Sheriff to be found. But you can see the trade-off here, straight towards C-site. RRQ not really too fast now a good idea of where Fnatic are.
Yeah, exactly. And leaving Xfero in the back just with the Sheriff. No weapon is going to be found for the side of Fnatic. 4 classics to play for this retake. Kayak has already taken the long round. It's going through CT. Still, all the utility from the Vice is already in play, and RRQ should have a very easy time closing this round.
And should is always the primary word, but I agree with you. They do have these 3 rifles that they really can't afford to lose those. They need to keep these, and they need to stay clean in this round. Fnatic would love to make it a bit more costly, trying to lock them into the site at the very least, but time to slip forward. Crazy Guy still farming up. Monyet as well, gonna find Boaster, and all so far so good. It's that one loss of a gun that could cost them here. Crazy Guy does go down. I don't think that can be particularly gathered. Kayak gonna go for a wild play. And now they just need to back away.
प्रॉब्लम क्या हुई पता है उसने बोला टर्न कर दे उसको
Yeah, comfortable
the razor wine
RRQ again being fast on those reactions,
Odin आ गई
positions for the post plans. Monyet being ready with that paranoia, even though he was
he just told him to turn that
position, he can react to all the utility that all the team can use onto that. We also saw the Vice flash, so very comfortable for them. By the way, the next map is Haven. I would love to see Monyet on a duelist. I think it's about damn time.
I'm with you.
Booster on that Odin.
Get there well. I want to see this team show that
the gun goes brr brr brr
leading up to this.
This is a classic. Boaster with the Odin. Laying on tree. I think I've seen this film before.
It's the corner that's going to be costly if he sticks around.
खराब लगा रे खाली डैमेज कितना आया
You can see again patience being shown by
25
RRQ here, kind of going through the paces of this map. The protocol list looks reinforced here.
Yeah. One of the things that I was seeing about RRQ is this later takes onto A, struggling a little bit to fight at the beginning of the round. And Boaster's ready, trying to deal some damage.
this बुड़बुड़ Odin बुड़बुड़ की Odin भी है
In my mind, I was looking a lot towards Jemkin at least with the entries and how he was faring in that. And it wasn't, he wasn't able to find his footing. This could be a much better game for him.
What do you think about the team's not giving the Vandal to the? Well, he's low on HP right now, so we're just gonna give it the Sheriff.
Yeah, that's completely reasonable. But again, they do need to handle Boaster here to an extent. They can't allow him too much freedom throughout this game, but
a lot of
forced to respect it.
You see the paranoia, the TP, all that noise. Fnatic set to respect that. But the movement from RRQ already ready to enter C.
But that was very telling. Kayak noting the player crossing back through. It steadies the ship. Ready's Chronicle to receive, and Jemkin goes down. He was the player lowered down though on HP. This is still a bonus round, but
bro, you are just 13 seconds, 15 seconds. Are you crazy?
15 seconds and crash. Xfero, you nutter! Clears crashes like he's nothing. But they've got a claw.
वाला भाई speechless shot था. No.
RRQ are back in the driving seat.
Yeah, Boaster with that Odin is not going to have an easy time. Crazy Guy that found the perfect timing to go on through Hobbit.
Now that
the rest of the team.
I like what Kushi's doing though, playing that a little bit disconnected. It does open up risk, but they've got the support at least for now. Kushi gets cleared quickly by Alpha, who needs an upswing in performance, but Monyet's response is get proactive. Fight back towards CT. Comes into the building though.
1v3.
And now down to just Crazy Guy, a 1v3. Not able
Crazy Guy could have killed him at least.
Yeah, and it's so important for them that even in that 4v4 with the time maybe running against them as the spike was going down and all the utility and no information onto where RRQ were playing after having a very strong rounds for those post plans is having that patience. You still have a lot to work with. It doesn't matter that crazy kill onto Crashes. But Kayak, yesterday, he was marvelous, wonderful on his debut, especially on Haven. At least good for 2 on most of the rounds. Good job, Chronicle is saying. Another player that should be comfortable for today.
Yeah, this is the round though. I'm looking at Crazy Guy
know
as
it's
well.
Crashies. They're just going to be swapping around the Odin.
Ult's there for Crazy Guy early, so if they have a set piece in mind they'd like to run, they at least have that as an option. Alpha, Kev, that was a little bit too risky for me. Alpha, out on a limb. Could have been punished, wasn't, and there's the instantaneous ult. It's quick. They're not really pulling their punches.
Monyet is down.
The pacing, but now Alpha's going to punish Monyet on the cross-up. Spike's still hesitant to commit through here, but now will be making its way.
Yeah, we saw at the beginning of this game RRQ taking those ores, farming this ultimate, but Fnatic knows how to play around it. The spike is going to go down, but they're very ready. Kushi finds the first one.
Planted.
The ult gets.
Now, the next layer, the next step, Chronicle catches Jemkin, and we're down to 2. The flank feels almost out of place, but it might be the heroics they need, but they're dwindling in numbers. Only one alive, and Chronicle's awareness is just too good. Fnatic,
They are on the
standing. A big reply here to the early start from RRQ.
Yeah, the spike is going down, but these post plants are just not as effective. When you see a Fnatic on the other side, that seems to have recovered that confidence that in so many occasions yesterday was missing. All that utility to come in, preventing RRQ from having an easy time onto the side. And Fnatic also taking on the opportunity to break the tempo, to not let them take those positions. We know how
Under control, under control.
it can get for any team to retake on C.
This is where it truly begins. See that depth of RRQ, the frustrations, I'm sure.
And the chances.
Of course.
It's just like being home.
Don't pull out the headset though, please. I really, don't need a pause this early, mate. Let's keep it calm. But okay, Stinger's coming out. Judges there, so a couple of bits and pieces to look out for. How are they gonna?
You know they've been playing the Odin. Are you sure you want to do this?
Oh, Kayak, potential to farm here. Just has to wait. Chronicle sells them down.
Woohoo!
Kayak leaves them without a pedal, and it's just perfect. Happy to make those plays and confidence builders for the main man on the stage.
Absolute flawless round for the side of Fnatic. Yes, it wasn't the biggest investment for RRQ, and there was definitely an idea to show a little bit of face on A, maybe drag some attention from Fnatic, but Chronicle and Kayak were ready to be. Timeout now being requested. It is time to slow things down.
Kayak, good job, boy.
Oh yeah, they were speaking about the vibes. Crashes said that they were immaculate, that they were better than ever, despite the loss from yesterday. It's definitely telling.
Yeah, it is. And again, this is kind of the, I guess, polar opposites in play here as well. When we talk about the big league,
रुको चार्जर लेके आता हूँ It's 3-2. मेरे को FNC दिख रही है अब. It was I guess all about pistol only. क्योंकि ये ओडन को काउंटर करने का कोई भी लोग कर नहीं रहे.
That's something. It's a step in the right direction.
Again, this is vintage from Fnatic, just playing from tree with.
अच्छा against Odin वापस आई है.
It was definitely not Crashes carrying it.
Nah.
Aww.
The
expecting a
bromance.
bit of damage at least, you know.
Exchange here between the two. Picks up the mantle.
Booster takes it, so Crashes can start throwing some utility.
Ooh, the timing on this though, actually not good. Booster!
बुरा लगा.
Completely adrift there.
बुरा लगा.
Crash in hand and they're punished. Crazy guy unleashing. Now they've got to know there's still a player towards that A side. They've got to know there's one towards door. They've got a good read on these positions early.
Yeah, we're speaking about it being vintage. That is probably one of the responses and one of the adjustments that RRQ made.
Kushi also broke the turret over here.
And let's force some duels. Now leading them into this 4v3. Xfero also with his ultimate. If they get to that post-plant position, it could be looking very good for RRQ.
Now I like this pause. It's good. Gives you a chance to get a bit of a punish, but you are going to have to start moving. Maybe depending on the lurk. Maybe banking, you're going to get passed out, but he holds
He gets
well
one, and that's...
Crashes, plays it forward. 20 seconds now, it's getting down to the wire. The lurk's going to be an issue, but Crashes holding on so well. And Kushi,
nice try.
Killed Fnatic. In all that chaos, looking composed.
And this is another layer for the comfort, getting those trades. You are already forcing that very close-out fight. We need the confidence to go one after the other. Crashes dodging that ice from the Fade perfectly, just pushing at the right time, especially when the other player is playing the Odin. It's going to take a little while to get that gun out. A lot of players standing up on stage today.
अब बाय नहीं है.
Genuinely very happy to see
It's 5-2. Mostly FNC 2-0.
Form has been
absolutely
meteoric near on. It's been outstanding. So for him, happy to see that. Obviously, a lot of stars aligning, and for RRQ, gonna need to see a fight back now. This is starting to feel like a bit of a drought of rounds. Fnatic starting to look more and more comfortable, more and more confident.
Alfie ने सारी की सारी गोलियां खा ली उसकी.
Need to break back.
Alfie.
Kayak playing with the outlet for this round. Of course, the economy not being the best for RRQ. This is one of the rounds that you can definitely take advantage. One bullet to any of the players on the other side, and they are gone, Lauren.
Yeah, and again, though, if you're looking at this, RRQ will have a lot of ults. I want to see them utilize them well. I don't want it just thrown out with a small chance of a win. I need to see them kind of build around that. A big opportunity maybe in the coming round with a good purchase behind it. Would be fantastic to see. However, patience now being displayed.
Whoa.
Steady.
Focusing on getting the orbs, as you're saying, thinking about the next round. Almost everything is going to be available for RRQ.
हाँ हेला.
Man, that Odin's broken. It barely does any damage.
But this is keeping a lot of Fnatic players here. 3 players on the site. Now, again, we can see where the others reside. Alpha tap towards CT, but
Chronicle gets one.
Punishing. Monyette's gone down. They're not getting given many chances.
Kushi is very low. Actually, Kushi is just 70 and even Xpharaoh is 80.
It's so clean.
Down, C.
Crazy guy. Xpharaoh.
Nice try.
There's just nothing landing.
एक shot. एक अभी नहीं. That's flawless.
A flawless round to get there as well. I need RRQ to hit the ground running in this round coming.
Absolutely. Only 2 rounds in the board, and as you can see on your screens right now, it was the pistol and the next one. Nothing found in this rifle round. Fnatic also very knowing what parts of the map each person is in charge of. The movement that Chronicle is having today, the confidence that we're seeing, and the right moment into when to take some fights, when to back off and wait for the rest of the team. We saw
Outlaw pick
and yesterday we saw a Fnatic that was barely putting a round together.
Okay, this time though, look at the fight, look at the adjustment. Both are playing over towards
so many
ultimates. Yeah, backed away from this.
On both sides.
Yeah, I did notice that Fnatic have got theirs as well, so a lot of counters here. This could get messy. Let's take note of what we've seen though.
बहुत ये एक round of ults हो सकता है.
By any means by RRQ, right? So you've got an exploration already happening for Kayak with that operator. Deeper line. The battle for tree begins. The battle of spam is going to continue. Poster needs to respect this though. The Prowler behind it. Fnatic need to be careful because they are at the door, maybe not believing the amount of bodies here. It's an explosion, literally. Jemkin takes away Poster. Crashes tries to play it forward. He's still denying that there's any cross here. He gets called out to Alpha.
Yeah, that's only one.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but RRQ are dropping these bodies. Whoa! He's so quick! Flies through and finds him in the heels. And now they're locked in with them. A quick TP taken, gets him out of dodge for Monyette. He's on the other side of the map. There's the layering of these ults coming in.
Operator सुन ली, Viper ulti खींच ली.
In the plant and maybe an easier position. This from Monyette is not going to find anything. Fnatic getting all together.
अब ये भी आ गई.
Going in with the Odin. Everything is out for the side of RRQ.
Destroyed.
Nice ultimate coming onto play. Only those secondary weapons for Fnatic.
This surely is it for RRQ. This is a great reaction. It's a heavy investment. They've even got a nice disconnected position from Monyette. He sees nothing towards this playback in from CT. It's going to all come through the choke point. It's time to go. Crashy's still going to get down Cushy. 2v2. Time though starting to
Save karo.
here. I think they know it as well. It's taken a great deal for RRQ
to win this round.
Find a response here,
Every ultimate.
It took basically everything they had.
Yeah, exactly. They still have Crazy Guy's ultimate for next round if they want to use it, but it has not been easy at all. A lot coming into this round. They knew that they had to be patient.
He used his operator very well.
For them to use the proper ultimates. Kayak, yesterday we did not see him with the operator, probably because Fnatic did not have enough credits to even purchase it.
Nice, guys.
Definitely should be a change for today. So important as well, the way that they played that post fun with XPharaoh. Yes, they were in his ultimate, but he had to be outside of that fight for that post fun to be successful.
That was 4 ults though. That was everything near on. Yes, there's still Crazy Guys, but look at this off position. Yeah, it's stunning. Kayak gonna get away with the first. Jemkin punished, and he's had a quiet first half here.
I am so sad that we do not get to see the Icebox from Fnatic and see Kayak on top of any wall with the operator. Maybe we'll get there. Opener for them, and Jemkin is out.
Yeah, what's the plan now? They've lost the tip of the spear. So they kind of fall back.
I need this to get a kill eventually. Either way. I don't care.
Fair enough. As it stands, just a frustration, really, forced to be respected, and curiosity starting to mount, though. Lovely work of synergizing that, at least with the Fade Eye going through. Going to confirm there's still attendance over on this side.
Yeah, and after the pause, we've seen RRQ just going for A hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble at the beginning of every round.
Oh, all of this just for
Nice!
Still alive. They still haven't cleared him. He's still standing. Someone kill him! Finally goes down. But the brother-in-arms swings back in. Xfero falls and now Crashy's once in on this side. He's damn close. Okay, forced to give away a little bit of the position and slow down,
Ooh.
maybe springing forward. But catching Cushy trying
Two,
to get some space.
four.
They don't look comfortable in this post plant now.
Yeah, Alpha using his ultimate. It's not gonna go down. And it's only Crazy Guy to defend this postman. Already opening the door. They know where he is, and he's going to lose his weapon. Alpha doesn't care. Closes.
अब भी वापस आ गई, Odin भी वापस आ गई, everything is back.
He's gonna have it, probably just give it to another one of his teammates. Still, RRQ after that pause just going for aim hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble. They've been dodging Kayak and that operator. Oh, they thought they were.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that they're running out of steam here.
It's too early for that, isn't it, Lauren?
It should be, but again, they're finding no easy solution to having anyone to clear out whoever's going to be sat with that Odin on tree, right? Yeah, it's
It's right there.
Comfortable for Fnatic, and I'm glad they've used both timeouts here.
FNC निकाल गई है ये, और हेवन तो भाई FNC वैसे भी योरू और आइसो कॉम्प पे निकाल ही जाएगी. So that is something we don't even question for. Horse भाई was like T1 भाई क्या कर रहे हैं? CS खेल रहे हैं. Horse भाई doing a watch party. Team 8-bit Binks भाई doing a watch party. Klurge भाई doing a watch party. Mioken bhai, watch party. What is Pinky doing? Pinky doing members only. Yup. हमारे ओनर साहब क्या कर रहे हैं? बंद कर दी स्ट्रीम. Scout भाई, Valo mobile, members only. Members only Valo mobile. Okay. ये तो क्या आज तक वाले हैं. ई फुटबॉल भी अच्छा चल रहा है भाई. That's good.
Us as a team to fight their cowards.
By the way guys, कौन Valo mobile खेलने वाला है?
That is actually so.
Chronicle 9-2.
Yep. Kayak up
no
there.
wonder he's smiling, telling everybody that they're great.
I mean, nothing's really hindered them. Wait and see RRQ's response. Again, this was the double timeout in the first half, so putting everything into it, pretty much. Viper's Pit instantly put down towards the seaside.
पर ये राउंड में Viper's Pit डालने का क्या मतलब है? इको तो है.
This, you got to put a whole lot to it yourself now. Xfero.
आई go.
He found a kill. He found the kill with the Odin.
Yeah, but
do we take that?
But I think that kind of sums up a lot of what we're seeing. This feels flat. It feels like it's flat lining.
Nah, Chronic Crashy is actually not Muda. He just went on jumping and it's over.
Yesterday, you look at Cushy, he was doing great. You're looking at some of the players, even in the loss, you're like, okay, there's a lot here. But today, it feels like it's compounded.
I think that maybe one of the things that we've been missing is Xfero doing what he was doing just now, just being a little bit more on the alert, trying to find something.
Bro, definitely got nervous. Chronicle got all three. Goodbye.
Flawless round for Fnatic just in this half. 12-2 currently for Chronicle.
भाई वो मत दिखाओ खुदते हुए.
Keeps finding with the operator something, as I was mentioning, it was not there yesterday. As I was saying, the economy, of course, with all of this rounds for Fnatic is not looking good for RRQ. Desperation on their faces. How do you get back into this? 2 more rounds for their attack. And Fnatic has a lot to play with.
They do. They really, really do. Still have the ults here.
Oh, Chronicle with the operator. I'm so down for this.
Okay, that's maybe not what even I expected, but it kind of baits them in as well. You'll think that's going to be Kayak, so again, he can have impact with that ultimate elsewhere. And they don't clear Alpha. And look at his confidence.
Alpha gets one.
Overstays on this, willing to fight out. There was no getting out of there, it felt like, but still.
It's one and done, Posey, actually.
Gone. and down to this 4v4.
Very similar plan as what
Jemkin
we saw
is only
in the previous
30.
round. Just go in for that mount control, maybe fight for those orbs, trying to get something going, especially for that last round and whatever you could use for this one. Crashes is so ready with this Odin. Oh, this could be a lot of damage.
Certainly could be. Boaster ready, everything there. Look at the state of them, trying to back away. Boaster actually getting a bit hungry for this, and Kayak going hunting too. They've got no idea. Oh, Kayak! He's on
3.
today! Phenomenal performance already. And RRQ looking down in the doldrums here, Bayer. This is a hard performance to come back on into that second half. I wanted to see them maybe have a bit of life in these final rounds, but they're not getting past that first hurdle.
30 seconds X-Hero still with 30 seconds left. He needs to try and save this weapon. Of course, Fnatic, with huge bank and nothing to lose, apparently should go hunting for him.
And it just keeps compounding the problems, right? This makes it feels like that you can't breathe. It's like a weight on your chest here, and RRQ are feeling the full. 8-3. It's a strong showing, pulling no punches now.
Hey, RRQ has one more chance in this attack to get around, but the pressure for Fnatic has been wonderful. I would have liked
Nice guy.
Booster to be the one having the Odin and Crashes to be sending in the utility. Maybe that Seize and the Odin could have been the death of at least 2 of the RRQ players. But Kayak, and now he goes on the rifle. He has his ultimate. Chronicle back on that operator. And it looks like RRQ want to go for this rubble control for the last round of their attack.
The Odin is still here, this time obviously in the hands of Crashies.
Anybody who is low?
Could assess
Nobody.
the fact that there's already been maybe a cross towards rubble now. Wants to confirm that. He calls in the rotations. Or are you going to see Kayak leaning through towards the door? Boaster passing through CT. Now, this is a show of presence, and they go the other side. Now, they don't know about this, though. Maybe heard this rattle off a shot in the last round, but is that in the forefront of their minds? Chronicle waiting. Eyes locked on this corner.
Ick. He can't actually fall back.
Just falling short. Calls for the one-way. Dodges the flash. Waits for the Prowler. Couldn't quite find the time.
Minus 65.
But now they back away. He's read the next layer to RRQ's approach.
And all of Alpha Year's utility is already waiting on C for that second layer. He himself is also supporting. 40 seconds left, and RRQ still has to make a move.
Fnatic have done so well at clearing some of these question marks. That late haunt coming in, just making sure they know the lurk's still in play. Chronicle keeping that deeper line, but Kayak finds his stop. Hello, 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 hello! He's gone down, but Chronicle's found on the other side. The spike!
One more. Bhai angle. Yeah, angles क्यों नहीं देख रहे लेकिन? One more. Crony, one more. Nice Alpha.
There is no easy path. There is no straightforward way through. And for XLG, he's got 10 seconds. And it's certainly not a dream now. 2 kills, yes. But to find the other 3 was never going to happen here. 9-3 Bayer. This has been a statement half from Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. They can be more than happy. They're usually on the other end of a 9-3. But you know, we still have the second half to care for. So let's take a small break and we'll see you on the other side.
गैरी ने एक टेक्स्ट एक्चुअली अपने ब्रॉडकास्ट पे डाला है.
One-sided look coming in from Fnatic.
Yeah, I want to see the numbers from Chronicle. People barely getting to those double digits. And look at Chronicle with 147.
Yeah.
Well, my main is a 14-2-5. So, yeah, tells the story.
Yeah, he looks lethal today, does old Kron.
I think that on the other side, we need to talk about Jemkin, right?
Yes,
we see that
please.
15, but I think it has to do with the difference between him playing on the Euro on this map and him playing on the Raze. I think that is going to play a very big and important part now that we move on to the defense, because he loved getting aggressive, trying to get a little bit of a pick, put in a little bit of pressure, and then go back with that TP. He's not going to have that facility now. And I wonder what the plan is going to be for RRQ. Yes, they have the Omen, the Viper, and the Vice. They should have, technically, an easy time. Or an easier time.
Yeah, I'll go for easier. Again, though, they did pick up that pistol in the first half. We could either call that a blessing or a curse if you look at the rest of it, but they did pick up the pistol. So maybe this could give them a bit of a stabilizing factor, something to take off the stress here, because you saw by the end of it how aggressive Fnatic were being. It felt like it was trying to prove a point, but early contact made, a little towards B, a little towards C.
Taking a lot of time. So utilities falling down.
Bot coming back. And there's nothing really stopped.
Woo.
No, be it a mini-map moment. It was a fumble there from Kushi. And that's the gates open. He knew they were there. The flash confirmed it. The early peek confirmed it.
मांगेगा और डब्बे पे वन में मांग.
He's going hunting. Again, they're going to make this hurt. Fnatic are pulling no punches. We'll say it again. Proactive in every angle. Again, explore CT. A little deeper look towards Waterfall. Any flanks? No. Kron's already got it. They are making RRQ reinvest everything just to clear this close space. Alpha. Again, on red alert down here, but the site's being retaken, but there's no bullets being placed towards Fnatic. Jemkin does draw blood, but there's still 4 more to clear. They've got to get a move on. Got to get towards that spike. Alpha! Sharp as ever.
डब्बे पे कूदा भले ही है. 20 HP कर दिया है. But पीछे जो cover देने वाले हैं उनका क्या?
And it is a brutal beginning for RRQ.
Then finding the kill. 3 people pushing on to see, finding the Vice, getting that first kill. We see Kaya going on the aggression. Alpha waiting in his back, just going with him as well. A bit slower, of course, because race is what it is. But loving this isolating fight. Alpha, you're just moving like a dream. It's not only the vibes. This team is feeling it.
And I'm just worried that RRQ are crumbling under this. Genuinely, I'm worried because that was... They're looking almost scared in this scenario. And that's maybe why Kayak's not missing a shot. This shouldn't be much of a round, but the problem is it's going to put Fnatic on 11.
You say that, you should have seen Fnatic versus Genji.
Well, I like this though. Paint Shell could be big if the timing's right. Maybe. It's too late in the day. Surely Monyet. Hello. Oh, a second.
Somebody check him.
A quick weapon found. This is huge from him. After a quiet start here, this is dreamy stuff. Wait, sorry, where's Alpha? Someone is looking. I think Xfero's keeping a glance on this. That's really smart. Okay, they've seen him. Alpha. Oh my god, stop. He still takes down Jemkin. That's a 3v2 though. The numbers are good here. Gifted by Monyet on his 3rd.
Spike here.
Knows where the spike is. Fnatic have to come to him. Crashies and Chronicle. Oh, God, come off it. He's taken down Monyet in command here. Crazy guy now filling the void, and they look a bit hesitant about this. 30 seconds, and it's just shooting fish in a barrel. Crazy guy left with just that Marshall popping off shots. He's down to the ghost here. He could back away. He could give them the spike if he wants to. He could fall off from this. He doesn't need to take the fight right now. The drive-by attempt.
Bro.
Crazy guy with the Red Bull clutch. Necessary in this moment.
I do not want to say it's spoken into existence, but Fnatic were struggling with this yesterday, and even though I like the look of them being a little bit faster in this executes, Monian and the rest of RRQ so ready in the seaside to stop Fnatic from taking
Monia, baby.
Just that heartbeat back in. Revitalized by that. Monyet setting that up is everything they could have dreamed of. It opens up a chance. Just a little bit of confidence could give them everything. But Chronicle doesn't want to give them much more. Now, Crazy Guy was like, do you know what you guys are doing? I'll have a bit of that.
Have a taste of your own medicine. He actually finds a couple of kills. 3-3 now.
Cleared. You can kind of see the shades almost of the protocol list here for Fnatic, even in this sort of round, identifying where that one was going to be, kind of going through the paces, getting the test over towards rubble. Okay, what's that B site looking like? Cool, let's have a little look towards C.
Yeah.
Everything proactive in this.
No, the flash was how many
Does catch. I thought it might have been a bit late, but Cushy's got to be careful. They are ahead of this. Yeah, they are very ahead of this. Crashies from down below. Going to get the reward as well. Yeah, Vandal found. That could be a plant.
Yeah, Guardian and Vandal. Both are going to get that spike down. Of course, RRQ respecting this position.
And if Boaster goes towards Mound Bayer, he's had some...
One way, जल्दी 15 सेकंड बचे अभी तक वन वे आ ही नहीं सकता.
From his side.
But can Crashies alleviate some of that dodging? Out of paranoia, he's still here though, and they fight forward.
He's 1v1. अरे भाई.
Oh my God! How have they stolen that? A MasterCard Thrifty. It was meant to be the turnaround for RRQ, and it is crushed.
Back-to-back Thrifties now. We thought that for a second things were looking better for RRQ, but Crashes, he just has a different opinion. He has a different plan for today. He's been having it the entire tournament. Time to stand up.
Nice, come on, boy. You and me, baby. You and me, baby. Him and me. Him and me.
Just get a room.
I-Series Boaster back at it. Giving it large, but let's look at what the protocols look like here. We were kind of seeing Fnatic going on that fact-finding mission in that previous round. That actually worked out in their favor. Ball's now changed up, though. And a quick rotation from RRQ, looking to try and keep pace here, where Fnatic are kind of hurting towards.
I have the spike. Would have liked maybe Crashes trying to fight for that orb, having that ult for the execute.
Okay.
Shot from Monyet.
Monia with that rifles is not a good guy.
Monyet's been the one to keep a couple of these rounds competitive, but a 3-play stack. Kayak. You're good, you ain't that good. Ooh.
चप्पल पड़ी है भाई को.
All does get cleared.
Surely. Not back-to-back-to-back, right?
You look at this map, again, I love that there's still control on this side, right? You've got Monyet kind of playing it in off maybe the paranoia. Looking to potentially set up, I think it's Crazy Guy over there. Yeah, it is. So Kron.
तीन वहाँ थे, instant rotation आई.
Oh, that's my issue. He shouldn't have been able to get this far. Kayak's fallen, but Chronicle's still alive. He's pulling all eyes towards this way. Lurk coming in at the same time from Alpha. This is getting messy. Monyet is down low on HP as well. And Alpha's taken this space. Yes, there's a player nearby, but now has to respect that smoke.
To watch out when they go into the site.
Great from Crazy Guy though. Nice re-clear here. Tries to swing off it. Good spacing, good trading. This is good from RRQ.
Only MasterCard Thrifties.
No easy approach. It's Chronicle last alive, and the time has gone from them. RRQ.
Once again a MasterCard Thrifty. Bam.
Back to back. Doesn't matter what you bring into the round, it's more what you do with it. And RRQ, a very good idea of how to play with those stingers. The damage that they can do. Monia, I feel like in this round, we saw him right after the pistol, in the eco, him getting a couple of kills. Him also feeling himself in finding those first ones.
I mean, Monyet, for me, has been pivotal so far.
Oh, yeah.
He isn't sitting towards the very tip top of the board. That's Crazy Guy. He sat down, you know,
yeah,
9
but
to 14.
the difference is...
But the value is there.
Totally.
It's been exceptional for him.
Love the fact also we saw Crazy Guy using his ultimate. The round, you know, you can 100% win it. You should definitely invest in that.
And a buy. Yeah, a pace change here. And
Finally.
We're going to catch Crazy Guy instantly, off the rip.
A lot of Odin in this game. Almost in every round, I must say.
I mean, and look at the buy that Fnatic have forged around it as well. This is, they've got what they could. Kayak's got a Vandal, you've got a Stinger and a Sheriff.
So here's the thing, now with the man advantage, having Kayak's ultimate and also Crashies to get that information onto the site, you trigger some of Kushy's utility. Are you going to try and go for the C execute again?
But I quite like the deeper wall.
कितना बज रहा है? 12:15 ही हुआ है. Why I am feeling sleepy today.
I'm gonna think maybe it's on B.
पता है 12 बजे नींद आने लगती है. फिर स्ट्रीम बंद करता हूँ, उसके बाद 3-4 बजे तक नींद नहीं आती है, पता नहीं क्यों.
Doesn't hear it either. So
It's like 12 बजे के आसपास नींद आती है. फिर वो वाला टाइम पीरियड निकाल दिया ना, 12 साढ़े 12 वाले बीच में सीधा नींद 4 बजे आती है. फिर 4 भी नहीं, 5 बजे.
The correct read until this rotation comes out from Fnatic. If they leave this C side of the map, the rest looks very vulnerable there.
Almost 4 players from RRQ already ready on C.
Yeah, everyone they have is on that C side. They believed in it firmly, and it's wrong for now. It looks like it's going to be towards B. That's where the spike is. They've cleared through A. They've also seen nothing. This is getting curious. This should also be setting off some alarm bells about this retake potential coming in. Plants now down. And Monyet is walking carefully, slowly, cautiously. 2 players waiting to punish. All eyes turn towards the site now. The Flood waiting to come back in. Alpha a mile away, but still here comes the pressure. Jemkin clearing Cushy there. He needs to speed up. He might just make it back in time, but now we're in uncomfortable positions. The C's, the Orb, the Diffuse gets ripped away from it. Monyet wants to go back though. A 2v2 in Alpha.
अरे बाबा. The way one more mastercard 50.
Forcing it up to 12. I doubted the timing on it, but it worked out in the end.
And Fnatic were so slow yesterday. We know that they're so comfortable when the clock is running down, they still think time is on their favor. And for this round, at some points you might think it's a little bit overcooked. We saw Alpha so far, but taking such advantage of this advantageous 5v4 right at the beginning. Yes, the trades were coming in for RRQ. Are you really going to expect the Chronicle is pushing from behind with an Odin? You expect him to be playing from main and whatnot. Very good round, and now 7 rounds for Fnatic to close their mapping.
And already Monyet has fallen. Kayak.
Jemkin has fallen.
So quick. Jemkin feels like a footnote in Kayak's story so far. A 12-5. It has been one-sided.
Jemkin had to show up in this round.
Yeah, and he sadly hasn't.
Kayak has the nade again. Got everything for a Kayak round.
Waiting here though. Again, I like this tempo from Fnatic, pausing for a second in RRQ.
Good freezing. I think that they need this too. You know, you already have the advantage. Wait and see if there's a response for them. You have all the utility from Alpha behind you. You can rest assured.
Yep.
Bomb buddy out.
Contact made. Sphera's got to be careful here. Doesn't take too much damage, but look at the util. Yeah, it's just
nice.
An easy punish for Fnatic when they tailor make this
एक एक करके क्यों कर रहे हो भी? कर भी रहे हो तो ठीक है कर लो.
Fnatic, I've got to say it. Looking like they have a point to prove.
Dancing poster.
Up to his usual business, but
the dancing poster. अच्छा यूटीटी का आज फिनाले था या हमारी क्या बोलते हैं क्रिएटर है सुपारी गए. अच्छा दे आर प्लेइंग दिस फॉल गाइस. आज के बेस वाले मैचेस को देखना है. टीएम करो ऑलमोस्ट बस थोड़ा काम बचा है. He is making his own setup. Nice. RR sir, okay. New skin. ट्रॉफी भरने हुई है. 2025 सबको ट्रॉफियां दिलवा रहा है. Even South Africa. Even Tottenham. The Samatwa had community cup. That's okay. Biswa was only doing the production. Biswa तो अपना ही लौंडा है. Puki. कुछ एक्चुअली चीजें हैं जो मेरे को क्लैरिफाई करनी है. एक सेकंड, समत्वा वाला तो अपन देख भी सकते हैं ना कि क्या क्या हुआ है. समत्वा SAM समत्वा रोल पे. अरे भाई टिकअप Valve नहीं. समत्वा के ओरिजिनल चैनल पे हुआ रहेगा ना. देखते हैं क्या क्या हुआ है. बाबा
बैठ जाइए जब तक ये जो टाइमर है ये खत्म नहीं होता है. आज आपकी जो एनिमी वो नहीं आता. और देखिए जल्दबाजी जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं आपको भारी पड़ती हुई नजर आएगी टीम होटल. और होटल्स की अगर मैं बात करता हूँ, लेवाइथन इज द लास्ट प्लेयर स्टैंडिंग ऑफ हिज टीम. और ये आई थिंक सो एबिलिटी थोड़ी सी गलत गई लेवाइथन द्वारा, लेकिन देखना थोड़ा सा. और जी
गलत गई. ठीक है.
The mentality or making sure that you tweak the strats to make sure you counter RRQ.
We focused a lot on ourselves. I think losing yesterday sucked, but I don't think any of us were like particularly stressed. I think we just made it difficult for ourselves. And even in this first map here, we made some like critical errors, losing another pistol, another round 2. So we like to make it hard for ourselves, but overall it gives us reps, it gives us, practice. So I'm happy with it.
Thank you for your insight. My neck hurts, so I'm gonna let you go. Thank you.
Welcome to my world, Jen. I've had that problem all year long in EMEA. But you heard it there from Coach Milan. They like to make things a little bit difficult for themselves, but this is a win, Mimi, and a dominant one.
It really is, and I think the biggest difference you can see from this and the last series Fnatic played is just like the energy they are bringing, the confidence in all of these players. I feel like it was really only Crashies who were taking over, who were having those moments in their last game. Here, the entire team is popping off, taking timings, showing that energy on the stage as well, and it's so clearly reflected in the result of that match.
I think Coach Milan saying focusing on themselves is a big thing. That's why probably they pick Lotus instead of going to something like Icebox that we were mentioning before. Not having to focus on how, you're struggling for the side of RRQ against Wolves before and try to anti that. You're playing your bread and butter, which is Lotus, one of your best maps, and you're playing to perfection, and nobody's able to beat you towards that. Even if they know where you're going to be playing from and where you're positioned, they were still winning all those fights.
And it's time for the Verizon high-speed moment. And if you ever had doubts about Kayak before, Vans, I think he put those to bed.
Yes, definitely. And it starts over here. If anything, when we look at the macro side from RRQ as well and from Fnatic, there was a little bit of preparation coming across. And look at the bait and switch coming through. And Kayak going into first.
But मेरे को एक चीज explain करो.
Readjusting for the other two. Just very nice from macro to micro from the whole side of Fnatic.
Yeah, we do focus a lot on the overall macro of how Boaster's calling these mid-rounds, but Fnatic's players do a really good job of setting up the little ideas like that. The trap play you see there, the Omen spam to push players away from A. They were getting all of that little stuff right in this game, on top of the big stuff as well. And, well, Kayak's numbers at the end of the game, one of those things, 21 and 11 for the rookie. He's doing great at Toronto.
Mimi, how do they keep getting away with it? Because we saw that play last year, the year before, the Odin. It's not new.
It turns out it's just good. Sometimes when you optimize a map that much and you are that good at making adaptations on the fly of calling the mid round, you can just play the same comp and just keep winning. It's crazy.
Yeah, and do you know who is good? Austin Crashies Roberts. Your boy.
Yeah, played so well. I think there was a lot of trust put into a Fnatic, into the utility that Crashy is able to make for that team. A lot of those moments when you're seeing maybe his KDA wasn't the highest going into the defensive side, just because his util was always funneling towards those anchored players on that C side from Alphayer and also from Chronicle. But when he needs to step up to the plate, he had some key moments right over here, and also even that clutch later on in the 2 versus 3 on top of that. So definitely a player that you could rely on, and you're starting to see why.
तीन लोग देख रहे हैं यार, make sure to hit that like and subscribe and
player like Crashies when question marks were coming through when he got dropped by Energy in the past.
I've been yapping a lot this tournament about going into a double controller meta again, how important the Scout Initiator players are going to be.
Yes.
If you look back in history at 2022, when it was Harbor Viper, you look when it was Astra Viper, who was one of the best teams in the world? Optic. And who was their initiator player playing the Sova, playing the Scan? It was Crashies. He is still just as good in this kind of meta today. And if anything, I think his mechanics might be even better than when playing back then with Fnatic, with Optic.
I mean, he said it himself. He feels like this is his prime right now. But can he do it again on Haven? They weren't able to close it out against Gen.G yesterday. It caused, I think, it snowballed into a lot more issues as well. And Vance, they gotta fix the pistols. It's nice to win a pistol, but why are they losing so many anti-ecos?
Yeah, I think the issue right now for Fnatic, the anti-ecos is just a perfect stacks coming through from RRQ when they're setting up, having good reads going to that part. But I think now going into that second map, it's going to be very tough here for RRQ to readjust.
It is going to be indeed. So let's send it back down to Jen and hear what Coach Ewok had to say.
Hello, Jen Lee here with Coach Ewok next to me. Now, Ewok, from Breach Taeho to Vice Fade, we see you guys kind of making those adjustments to adapt to the non-Taeho meta. Has that process been more challenging than you thought it would be?
I think challenging so far in our matches. I feel like in practice it's been good. But we didn't really play like ourselves. I still feel like we're not taking enough fights. So hopefully now we get to take some more fights.
Okay, thank you and good luck. Go fight!
Go fight!
That's what Gen.G did, Mimi. They fought and then they won. Is that the answer for RRQ too?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to have the confidence. But when we're looking at the Gen.G win, I think a lot of it did come down to the comp. They were most successful on their defensive side. And in my mind, Fnatic struggled a lot playing into the Viper there. The timings, the late round stall you have when you can put up that wall, use those mollies at will, really seemed to cook Fnatic. And I'm sure this is a map that they were hard focusing on after that loss to Gen.G and are going to come in prepared today. So I don't think the same tricks will work again for RRQ as it did with Gen.G.
Overall, though, the preparation, like I said, it looked pretty good for RRQ. They had the right positions, the players at the right places, but where they faltered the most was just those duels. Sometimes they're getting into a 3-player stack, perfect, into at least trading off Kayak, who's trying to open up the seaside. He's able to satchel away, or just simple 1v1s that were just not one on their side. I think it just stems to what Ewok was just saying before. We just have to win our fights. You get into these moments where you're actually able to get first shot as well against your players or your opponents. You have to win these duels.
Alpha with Phoenix.
Ooh. Agent Select already locked in for RRQ here, and they're going for a double duelist look. All right, that's a little bit spicy to pull out here. The Yoru with the Neon, it seems weird on paper, but that Yoru is basically filling the same slot, something like a KO would on this map, with those double flashes to act as an initiator. On defense, the TPs for fast rotates are really nice, but what you're missing is that breach for the really heavy line control. You basically only have the Omen Paranoia, or maybe that Sovidar to set Ronyet up.
That's why you probably have that Yoru coming through as well. If you don't have that breach to initiate, at least the Neon's there to block those lanes, and then you flash and double swing out in those moments. But I love, at least for the side of RRQ, you're keeping a Sentinel player going into this composition. That was something that was really good for Gen.G to play against Fnatic, because Fnatic was very slow on their attack side. It allows for them to get good information and to readjust when you're able to fast TP on a Yoru, when you're able to fast rotate with the Neon. I think they are coming in with a composition that wants to fight toe-to-toe against Fnatic.
XRO got cut off on some of his lurks in map number 1. I'm hoping to see a little bit more from him here, because when you're playing this kind of super heavy double duelist comp, you're going to pull a lot of rotations, create a lot of gaps that he can capitalize if he's on point with his lurks.
And I love that they moved away from the Fnatic comp, because Team Heretics are the only team that has ever beaten them with the comp they invented. This is new. We've never seen RRQ bring this out before. So hopefully Pansy and Kukuka, this is going to help them to send it to a map 3.
We're hoping so, right? I want to see this go the distance. I want to see the best of RRQ, because we saw a glimpse of what Fnatic can bring on map 1. But Bea, these compositions, the agent select we've just seen, what stands out to you here?
I mean, there's a couple of things. Of course, I expected RRQ to be running double duelist, for it to be a Neon instead of the ISO. And also, very important, it was Monye that actually played the Yoru, and Jenkin was on the ISO. So he's moving away from that Yoru, going on to the Neon, and probably having a very different plan. I love the fact, and what the analyst was saying about, you know, you don't have a breach, but you also have the stuns with the Neon. Find a little bit more versatility in their composition.
10 more seconds and it starts up. RRQ need to remind themselves of who they are. That first seed comes with a lot of expectation. They need to live up to it now.
Bhai, Pacific में जीते थे.
On the defense.
And even guys, we can
start commanding that flea on site. The man was monstrous in map 1. Can he get handled early here?
A little bit of contact over an A. Look at the positions for the rest of Fnatic.
Oh, but it's been spotted. Monyet knows about this. A bit of a trade out. But I like this. I like what we're seeing, kind of drawing this eye towards B, trying to draw this. But if anything, you've now got a brawl with the big boys down towards Long. A pop with the shield, but it doesn't save you.
Hell no.
Hell no. Surprise appearance behind, gonna find Boaster. Clears all 3. It's beautiful work from RRQ.
Absolutely gorgeous from their side, getting all of that attention,
और
all those
pull
eyes
action
onto
भी
B,
होएगा.
to have that beautiful draw, forcing Fnatic to have a response, put in some
लखंड
pressure
भी
somewhere
और
in the
को
map. If you have 3
पूरा का
people
पूरा
depending on A,
ये कर दो भाई, पूरा flourish कर दो.
position revealed now for RRQ.
And I love
Jemkin को ये भी बोल दो, diffuse भी तू ही कर ले.
Well, they manipulated Fnatic wanted to take
और
back
मिलेगा.
space. It
कर दे
worked
diffuse.
perfectly with that pressure on B. Now, can they close this out cleanly? Chronicle and Crashies try and mount some sort
तो
of
जेम्किन
resistance.
आगे जाके die as well ना. और भाई क्योंकि duelist actually हाँ मैं पहले बकचोदी कर रहा था, लेकिन हाँ मजाक से हट के अगर जेम्किन आगे जाता है, फाइट लेता है, फाइट मिलती है, एक आधे को मार भी देता है और मर जाता है, तो 2 और बार मिलेंगे.
Team still has to begin on this second map. It would be their first map win in the tournament. So starting like this was such a beautiful play, such a good read from the side of Fnatic, reinforcing Kayak not playing alone, getting that tell and reacting to it instantly. Clean round for them. We know that there's been some thrifties.
Just keep it clean, right? This has to be a really methodical build back up for RRQ. And Fnatic gonna make a bit of a wild play. Why not? You've only got classics. It's the Sheriff in the hands of Alpha that you've got to keep an eye on. And I do want to check it.
I must wait a moment.
Actually didn't get the full information at all. A lot more players have slipped the net than they expected. You can see the surprise on their faces. Crazy Guy, doesn't matter. Monyet looks lethal. Already flying back in here. They're dealing with it well. No threats to be found. As out for the last one alive.
Guys, text बाद में कर
He's
लेंगे.
not in the action. You can see them trying to find a bit of stability, slowing it down. Now, at this point, they were still fine. They haven't lost out on too much. It was a couple of pistols here and there. But these remaining weapons, they'd love to keep. Alpha. Oh my god, it's good on one, but it's not good enough on the rest. RRQ pass the first test.
A lot of classics coming in from Fnatic, just that one Sheriff. I think it's a very, very fair trade. This is also one of the reasons why we're so excited to get onto Haven, seeing Monyet on the duelist. I expected a different one, but I'm going to take the Neon. If it means this kind of reaction, this being fast, being on the game, all eyes on, I am so for it.
But we saw this before, we saw this on Lotus. The first 2 rounds are picked up by RRQ, and they only ended up with 5 in the end. So, this would be where we start to build in. This would be game on. You can see the early beginnings here, but Monyet looks hungry. Already starting to try and take that space, up out the chest a bit.
What?
This Kayak to win out this fight, so backs away, job done. That's a tick in the box for him.
Still, Alpha here in position in case RRQ still wants to go for this A hit.
But I like the proactivity elsewhere on the map from Fnatic too, this mid-walk. It's a bit audacious in a 5v4. You don't need it necessarily, but I like it. Jemkin, the one to be tested now. Is he up for it? He is. Clears Kayak. This is good. This is heads-up work. Now they can pause for a second. No, it's certainly not. They can pause. They can slow things down for a sec here. They have got a nice 4v4. They've now shown presence across the map. This keeps Fnatic wanting that back, but the freeze doesn't work. Crazy Guy just maybe eyes off the prize for a moment and gets punished. This now encourages Xfero to go for his own wonder, but Alpha's no slouch in this. He's already on the case. Maybe not clean on the first attempt, but that does open up a chance for a trade. This now feels a bit scrappy. Individual near on, but a clear sight is a clear sight. Kushi's done well on this. Tap on the spike, but Bosa's not going to disrespect the dart. He's going to wait it out a moment. Has to wait a couple more for Chronicle to get closer.
He's going to take a small peek, going to force out that drone. He's going to be spotted, but as you're saying, Chronicle's just joining the fight. 2v2 situation.
They hear the steps as well. Jemkin going to be blinded. Now it's game on. Kushi forced to swing. Punishes! It's dreams from Kushi! Converting this bonus is everything they would have wanted here. After a shambles of a first map, that is how you start things off.
Love the patience that they've had working around the map, thinking about the tells that Fnatic could have if Kayak was going to have that presence on mid that he did not only show at the beginning of the round yesterday, but also in that position beneath the window, finding that kill, just forcing Fnatic to keep clearing. We know that they've been very insistent in keeping and retaking that A control. Kushi as well, seen him on the Soba, he's been so good this tournament.
So good. A standout in what was a bleak beginning for RRQ. He was the one who picked up the pace. Speaking of pace, Monyet back to business. Fighting down long, and speaking of fights, most has failed his there. Jemkin all too aware. These smokes, these plays that Fnatic are making feel, I don't want to say readable, but similar, right? There's a lot of tape of Fnatic here, and someone I do want to talk about in this round, unless it gets a bit messy, is Alpha. It's rare he underperforms. But
yesterday he did not have a good Haven.
No, he did not. And even he was saying on his socials that, you know, he wasn't that happy about it. It's something that I want to see more from him on. We know the potential is there. It's rare to see him having an off game. This is a chance to make up for it, but a slowish start, 2-3, not exactly the worst in the world, but again, you hold it to a high standard when you talk about, you know, the young wonder kid. But this round shouldn't be the one that they get too much of a fight back on. RRQ need to be able to handle their business here. I don't want to see silly mistakes.
Ooh. Would you consider that a silly mistake?
I mean, Kayak hitting that shot, it just feels like it's a Kayak moment. But in the meantime, what they've done is really good. They've taken control of this C site. They should be able to get into a good post plant here, and there shouldn't be too many worries.
Giving Jemkin that spike, so he's one away from his ultimate. That could definitely make the difference on the next round.
Jemkin is the one who's probably going to receive the vast majority of Fnatic's attention. First player swings off the back of the clone, but now Monyet there to support, slows down the tempo. Crazy Guy going to try and disconnect away towards long as well. Time being bought here.
Kayak on the flank now with that Stinger.
And it is Sting, as though you can see the range being held by Xfero as well. He wants to keep it at arm's length. Having a little bit of a back and forth, but again for Kayak it's...
Oh!
Okay, that's a shot. But Jemkin quells that threat down to the 3v3, but time is going to start ticking here. They still have the smoke towards the spike. He's still got one. Yeah! Beaming him down!
ये बंदा डुलिस्ट पे अलग आदमी है जी ने डुलिस्ट नहीं करा गलती है
RRQ are here to play.
4-0 in the score right now. RRQ with 3 very important ultimates for what could be one of the rounds that defines this half. Fnatic back on track and to get some money in. But if Monia and Jemkin keep finding the effect that they are, same goes for Kushi.
We're back, boys. Let's play the game.
They could actually be very back.
I don't disagree. You're starting to see them firing as well, right? You're seeing individuals
in the way that you're doing it.
Jemkin is 5-0.
Near on snowball round now, an operator for Boaster. It's not going to be. I mean, if they've done their homework, it wouldn't be a surprise to see it in his hands either. Normally sits towards that B side, top side, gets that nice deep line to play with.
Constant fight for A, but Kaya gives up very, very quickly. He doesn't want to go up against Monia and Jemkin, not in this state.
Again, just trying to keep Fnatic making these kind of very hard calls, right? A lot of question marks on the map, and that's a good audio cue for Monyet. If they're aware that, you know, generally there's a player, you know, tucked maybe towards sewers, hearing them already back away is pretty good, and I don't think the Outdrone actually managed to press that corner, but Monyet's got two players to deal with. Kayak wants the information, Monyet wants a fight, he wants blood, and he's going to only get his own left on the floor here. Nice follow-up from Kayak as well. It's clean. The spike does go down. That's a big bit of info, but pressure on the C side as well. I'm a little bit baffled by this one. Jemkin almost over-succeeding here, pulling the players away, and now they want to make the most of that.
4v3, Boaster now peeking onto C with that.
Oh!
Ooh, Kron, that was kind of nasty. Boaster.
He missed.
Straight. Thought that was his all day not to beat. But a 2v4 Bayer, these are the rounds that can break the spirits if you lose them.
Cage triggered.
How
Spike
can they?
is going to go down.
Jemkin goes walking. I quite like this. He's got to get proactive. They need to get a kill.
Timing!
Yeah, he's been spotted. This would be a miracle if he even survives. He does get down Kron. That's still valuable damage, but a very heads-up jump spot from Crashies. Noting out Xfero. Swings in.
Nice.
Can't deal with it. Fnatic re-clear the site. 3 stay standing.
That shield is very irritating, you know.
Shots, no kills. So maybe just give it back. Just give it to Kayak. And speaking about Kayak, him finding 2 in almost all of the rounds was something that we saw yesterday, and apparently we are going to see today. On the side of RRQ, I expected Jenkin to go with his ultimate, put a TP out, something that I have seen him done in the past multiple times. Gather the information on one side of the map. If you do not like it, you go back, rearrange with the rest of your team, and just go on a very hard execute somewhere else in the map.
It is going to be 7-5 most probably.
Now, historically, Alpha, when you're talking numerics with his ultimate, was very, very good. Get that. But it has not been a good couple of days for him. He's had a hard couple of performances as of late here. Again, this became the Fnatic comp, right? So people started to read into it well. How do RRQ keep this in mind? Kayak's got his as well to throw into the mix. Player spotted. Monyet on the hunt. This guy is so bloodthirsty. I love it. Sheer aggression. And it doesn't look like he's particularly stopping either. He is off to the races. Oh my god. Oh! Xfero objected! Call out RRQ are bounding into the site. Crashies left isolated. He's in trouble because look who's hunting him down. Does well on one, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god, this is unreal. And again, Bosa needs to start landing these. He's got to start landing these because Kushi's just taken away.
गलत हो गया वो क्लोज लेफ्ट वाले को मार देना चाहिए था पता है मैप पे दिखेगा तो चेक करेगा ही करेगा
The tempo that RRQ are playing with is just gorgeous, Bayer. I love this.
But it is so necessary for them. They've been struggling so much
dealing
with Kayak. Boaster is going to go down. 4 alive for the side of RRQ, back on the board with that 5-1. But as I was saying, they've been struggling so much with that A control. They're like, you want to fight?
Let's
you
go.
sure you want to fight?
Yeah.
Okay, let's freaking go. We have 2 duelists, all of this. Alpha not shooting when he saw Monyu walking in, just trying to work with that trigger.
वही प्रॉब्लम हो रही है ना अब देखो क्या हुआ
And I have to point out Xfero here. For me, yes, obviously, Monyet looks super explosive, exciting, taking the space, all of this sort of stuff, yes. But Xfero is still checking that cubby, still checking that corner.
अब मेरे को खाली एक ही है कि अगर ये मैप 3 गया
going to hit.
Nice shot.
Crushes is going to hit on Pharaoh.
Yeah,
4v4.
okay. Let's don't make
legit,
both jealous.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But
Forgot
there's
he's
still a
taken.
post plant, right? There's still a post plant here that is going to be hard to break because of the time. You can hear it. The clock's already ticking. So it's going to be down to the wire. And Monyet will happily invest the ult if it means the round's secured. And he's just going to go nuclear. Look at him farming them up, dropping the bodies until Crashy's denied. But this is round one. Again, I love what we are seeing. RRQ playing with the conditioning. They know that Monyet's been in their head. They know that they've had to try and deal with him, and they punish this here.
But Fumudi mein 10-1 hai Jemkin.
Lower by force, kind of, to getting a couple of rifles in, having this response, as you're saying, putting in Monyet, making all that noise, using all of that utility. But especially in this later moments, we see Monyet getting the kills, yes, but you wouldn't be anything without the Cushy using the recon, without Crazy Guy. Like, there's so many things going on to why this was such a good round for RRQ.
And they can't stop though.
Still, full bingo, full house for the side of the Ultimates of Fnatic. We saw that the round on the attack that RRQ got on Lotus was with all of those Ultimates.
Hold on. Just waiting to see if anyone would dare disrespect that smoke. You can see the temptation for it. Yeah, they're going for it. And it's all a ruse. They're going to leave Xfero out here. That's fine. Backline player, and all in the meantime, they're building towards C. It's a win out for both of those. Punishing Xfero, but the C site now open. You're looking at the likes of Chronicle over on this side. He does have support from Kayak. They've got plenty of ults to play with if they feel like they need this still. A lot to be utilized. Into the post bomb, we look at the utility. Monyet still got plenty.
Alpha का 1v1 मैंने अभी तक वो dimension वाला नहीं देखा ulti.
Basically in play, so a lot to be done here. And this position could be everything. Timing, patience, pays with one. He gets the info on the others. They now need to ready themselves for what's coming. Spots out the player and gets the kill. Jemkin's done well. Layers to this though. Cushy's still going to be in position for this. They can't make the most of this ult coming out from Kayak. They've been denied this. Cushy's in trouble though. Overwhelmed by Kron. And now down to two. Jemkin and Crazy Guy, can you hold on to this up against the three of Fnatic? Defuse started. Denied the first player peeking, but the defuse is coming in. They can't
Even the one way. Even the one way failed.
Fnatic finally manages to get a round on the board. We said that those ultimates were going to be important right at the beginning of the round. Crushy's trying to create some conditioning for it. I have to say, did Booster not have a weapon? Because he got a kill with the classic. I don't know if he ran out of bullets.
It wouldn't be the first time he's forgotten to get a weapon. Or armor, or anything.
Such a good round. I think that at some point we still saw a little bit of that face of that disjointed Fnatic, but they've been so good on this retakes.
But it did come down to a 1v1 with 3 ults invested, right? This is still, if you're looking at it just kind of bigger picture, I wouldn't say it's even bad for RRQ.
Alpha needs to ult, get a kill, go back on the board if Fnatic wants to bring this back.
And they are avoiding that A side of the map. They don't fancy it this time, at least not early. Glance towards B. And a patient Kayak waiting for any pixel to show, but speaking of patience, both sides trying to get a read. Yeah, it was. I like this though. A change of pace, a gear shift from RRQ. They do have this ult to bank on. Util being cleared. Chronicle just trying to drift in behind that though. So they've got to be quick on their toes if they want to try and punish it, and he doesn't. Doesn't swing the window by any means. Backside now controlled, and they're going to get
I'm surprised that Alpha does not stop that from happening. He lives his ultimate, that kill contract for the retake, trying to get someone out of the fight. Xfair waiting way behind, expecting Fnatic to, again, push through A.
Well, they have been punishing those flanks a lot, right? The amount of times we see a player behind, but this mostly is going to be going through CT, through Garage. There's that ult, and there's the catch. Jemkin taken. In the meantime, the Paranoia then pushed in. You can see Monyet picking up the space, and the 1v1 is not won by Alpha. Against the odds. Monyet cleared backside, but then Jemkin on the 1-2 punch. That's the player we've been waiting to see.
That is the Jenkin that we were promised and has finally arrived in Toronto. 7 on the board for RRQ, looking like a renovated and different team on this Haven.
They look revitalized, Bayer.
This
looks like confidence. This looks like the team we wanted. They are taking Fnatic to a map 3 if it keeps on at this pace.
They needed to believe in themselves. They needed to believe they deserved that top seed, that they could do such things against a team like Fnatic. This composition from them has been stolen and tried out by many teams, one of them being them, so they know exactly where the weaknesses are.
And again, in my mind, that makes the problem for Alpha worse.
16 and 2.
Yes, he's absolutely nailing this. And this is now compounding issues for Alpha. The confidence won't be there. The ult didn't go well. It almost felt like he was hesitant to invest it. But a mid-walk is their reaction. Kayak not going to connect. It looked close, but not close enough. Going to try and prop up Alpha, play him into this. But again, RRQ are no slouches. They're going to go through the checklist.
Yep.
And they shouldn't be making errors. They can take their time here. They don't have to play at the tempo that Fnatic would want.
Fnatic, of course, money's not the best. Too many rounds on the side of RRQ. Taking their time, and Alpha is trying to go for time in here. Crazy guy going to be
अल्फा से ना हो पा रहा भाई आइसो पे अभी भी में.
Yeah, this is exactly what RRQ were dreaming of. Played in well with the curiosity of the Fnatic players, and also probably just Alpha wanting to feel like he can get into this game. 3-9 is a quiet game for me.
अच्छा, both are taking their own
he
maps.
must have felt
Okay.
a little bit, unlucky when he got on the ult, and it was like, oh, is the guy that is 13 and 2? Oh. Ooh.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Please.
I think he needed that for confidence.
Yes.
And RRQ just walking
30 seconds left
onto A.
Yeah, this is just beautiful to witness.
Just passing by.
Really solid. I normally would get a bit nervous around this time just because it does get a bit late here. There's always a chance it could go wrong. As the way they're playing, I don't have that much fear. And that's why RRQ continue their path here. 8-2 Fnatic, floundering under the pressure of this. Really upset potential in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. RRQ knew what they were doing, choosing this map. They knew the Fnatic played it yesterday. They saw no surprises in the picks. They said, ooh, we know this, Tom. We know where we can fight you, and we know what to stop it. We know where we've struggled against.
Good job, guys.
And just like we saw on map number 1, Fnatic are now requesting their second timeout. Of course, in map 1, it was RRQ using both of them in that first half. But with a couple of rounds left on the attack, they need to get something.
ऐसे भी वो ब्रेक के लिए उठता ही मैं.
But the plants can be coming in now. Garage pressure point from Alpha coming in soon, but Monyet's doing wonders. Didn't even catch that one. But for now, you look at what they've got in the post plant. Still got that paranoia, still got a lot to play with here. And Alpha's got to be an instigator. We've got to see the man, the Wonder Kid himself. He needs to make an appearance. And it looks like RRQ trying to bolster the numbers on the site, and here he goes. Alpha strides in, kicks down the door, couldn't get the second. Crazy Guy denies now, Boaster fills the space. Pressure from CT. Looking to try and close the net together though. It's not working out when Monyet
गया भाई ये मैप गया FNC हाथ से.
Defying expectations now, keeping Fnatic on only 2 rounds. I absolutely love that out of the 2 timeouts that we've seen this half, we see such curated rounds for the side of RRQ. Again, just being very, very fast on the
Nice try हो गया है.
On the other side, we see an Alpha that is not hitting the shots. It doesn't matter that he has
Like,
shield to
subscribe,
go with.
guys.
We see an RRQ that is hitting everything, and it didn't even matter that Jemkin went down at the beginning of the round.
And now it's not an over game, right? It's still not even an over half, but I do start considering map 3, and a loss like this weighs heavy, right? We have to talk about the mental effect this could have on Fnatic, even after you throw in what happened in game 1 they played. But back to what was working, Monyet on a run. Tries to keep the tempo high here. Sets.
भाई भागा ही रहे लोग.
Expectation, and they bite on the bait. Look at them, 4 players. They're quick to react though. They've decided, yeah, there's nothing behind that. We've cleared it. I like this late pressure through Sewer as well. That could potentially catch him. No. Monyet wins that fight. Boaster goes down. On towards C. They want to try and take the fight on this. And look who's winning! RRQ demolishing Fnatic. Kron trying to hold some space here. Plot's not in, but it doesn't seem to matter.
भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं?
She's alive in a 1v4. Oh, this is outstanding from RRQ.
A 10-2 half. We were speaking about how good Fnatic was looking after a 9-3 on Lotus. But a 10-2 with Fnatic looking so lost for answers. Let's see if they can change things up on the second half.
It's over.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how
भगवान करे यहाँ से FNC comeback करे 2-0. I don't know why I am feeling fucking sleepy now. एक मिनट में वॉशरूम जाके आता हूँ. गाइस मौसम पता है कैसा हो रखा है? बारिश हो रही है फुल. बट भाई हो गया खत्म. Alpha is done. Alpha is cooked. Chronic gets 2, 3, third one for crashes. Chronicle gets 3. Pestle जीतने के बाद mostly probably there might be a comeback loading after this 4K by Crony.
He had no right to.
Yeah,
Ronnie का ये 4
on that first map.
comeback load
And a
करवा
round that,
सकता
of
है.
course, Fnatic needed. If they want to even make this competitive, of course, it had to start in the pistol. Lauren, they've gotten pistols before. We know what happens on that second one. Maybe that overconfidence. Even though this corner wasn't checked, and it meant the death for Kayak, it's a round that goes in Fnatic's favor. And that is something that they haven't heard in a while.
It's been a drought.
So that they can keep their head in the game.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
He needs a bit of it, old Boaster.
Wow.
Given the
revealing area.
Teen Vandal Phantom.
Here, but what a shot from Kayak.
You cannot doubt in second round if there is even one rifle, it has to go to Kayak.
Yeah, this guy is monstrous in his work. And Crashy's concise as ever. Plays it well. No loose threads being found here.
I like that. You use the second
Where-
round, you find that opener,
where
you
is
go and farm some orbs, thinking about the
Alpha?
length that this half could have.
God, oh God, oh God,
my.
what are we doing? What are we doing? Stop faffing about. What are we doing? Okay, thank you, Alpha. Thank you for remembering who you are. Bloody hell. I didn't love seeing that, Bayer. That made me get nervous.
Chronicle just going to be on the half. On the HUD, sorry. And now Alpha is going to be the one farming his ultimate. The spike can be planted anytime. And Crazy Guy's just wandering around with his classic on the other side of the map.
Yeah, so plant in play. Alpha going to get a lot of farm for that. And again, you're looking at him getting close to that ult. Going to need to see him do probably better than the first
इतनी
half.
तो guns ये लोगों ने swap कर ली.
Again, you've got to feel like there will be a lot in the tank for him if he can just get himself activated here, and he needs a farming round, right? Get the confidence building, and normally we wouldn't have that discussion, but a couple of bad maps can certainly make those issues occur. Now, overall bigger picture,
He's 6 and
Fnatic will be
13
happy
right now.
with that.
6 likes हो गए guys. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe. Let's go.
Now, on the previous half, we saw RRQ getting that bonus as well. Thank God that Alpha didn't go down here, because I think that that would have messed with his confidence massively. But again, Fnatic, they're no stranger to a comeback. I think, to me, it starts in the bonus round. I know that they're comfortable when the scores hits 11.
Sure.
But for them, I think confidence-wise as well, for the rest of the tournament, it goes over there. And for the side of RRQ, you want to continue here. You want to go to that third map. You already proved it on the first half.
Yes. Again, they don't need to overly hurry this RRQ. I don't want to see them making kind of not silly investments, I guess, but they don't need to overplay their hand. They've got plenty of rounds to play with here. Let's see them keep some composure. Yes, Fnatic, always solid in this. They'll always give you a fight back. You know, there is caliber to this team for a reason. And a nice attempt there from Kayak, but forced away.
Plant TP out. Mr. 310. Holy. It's 410 now. Outplays by Chronic. Oh. He's sticking. He's sticking.
Shatter! Fnatic! 5 against them, and they steal the defuse!
Everybody just putting their bodies in front of the diffuser. A Red Bull clutch for the side of RRQ. All the kills are going to be there. Of course, that is the
Look at this! Look at this! But you know, you watch this round at this point, you're like, nah, it's fine. Wait. Crazy guy, oh my
like the feet and everything.
But it's so selfless, as said, just diving in front of him, willing to die for the cause. RRQ make it up to 11, and Fnatic will be reeling from that. Devastating, but a costly round, of course. Xvero takes a moment to get out of what could have been danger there for himself.
He will never wait again, I'll tell you that. Look at the
भाई
position.
5 बंदे मुंह पे 5
Speaking about how Fnatic wanted to fight that A side, it's just
5 on the faces.
hold this space. He's going to find a lot of friends very soon.
How much does he get? He was the danger on the first half, and now he's got a lot of players, and he can't get past the first hurdle. Kayak with a good clear, keeping Fnatic on
Chronicle
board.
has to get 1 over here, at least.
Towards middle as Chronicle is waiting.
He gets
Very
2.
good read from Chron.
Where is everyone hiding?
Great impression. And this should be the slam dunk now, really. No surprises for Crazy Guy and Chron. Good tag as well towards Xfero.
Having the position in both of the players. Think about how crazy guy and Xfero, well, most of the people
अभी मत
even
उठाना
though they were able
अभी मत उठाना
to get that round. Hold on. Okay.
Standing.
The economy
This was the only call
so
कि अभी
getting the
मत
kills
उठाना
here is also very important for Fnatic. Remove those rifles.
Yeah, and even in the loss, obviously 5 of them were alive, so they get to build their finances pretty substantially throughout these last couple of rounds. That judge, not
तो डब्बा स्पैम करो ना
gonna be brought in.
डब्बा
Freddy's gonna
स्पैम
catch
नहीं
him.
कर रहे हैं
And
डब्बा
a
जाके
step
चेक
back now
कर
for
रहे हैं
Fnatic, slowly taking the walk.
Very important as well to have Chronicle getting those 2 kills on mid. But he saw them. I think it was Jenkin with pushing with the. Was it an operator or was it a Vandal?
Idiot. Not too sure.
Let's see. Oh, never mind. We're not going to see it. Yeah. Anti.
Unlucky. Prius on the replay is crazy. Now we got classics, right? So it's just weather the storm here. It's that slow build back, right? Again, normally I'd say you wouldn't get many rounds against Fnatic like they did in the third. So you're gonna have to do it the hard way now. Fnatic start just rebuilding, and it's a lot off the back of, I've got to say as well, Chronicle, he's doing very well. Crashies too, having very good performances here. It's not your big dogs really though. Kayak and Alpha haven't been, 1v5ing rounds like we've seen
पांचों पे
before.
सिर्फ क्लासिक्स है और सिर्फ अपनी अपनी यूटिल्स है जो इंटैक्ट है. They haven't used a single util right now, and that's a good thing. Eco के अंदर if you are doing पूरा eco, that's crazy.
But this round isn't one that I'm all that mindful of. It is just classics. And for Fnatic, as long as they don't, forget to maybe kill the person defusing the spike, they should be fine.
This is also very important, right? They're clearing the rest of the site. Yes, there are 3 players alive, but you want your finances to be as clean as possible. Yes, the bank is wonderful for them. But again, if they want to close this in the second map, they're going to need way, way more rounds. RRQ just, trying to find something, but probably just waiting to die to the spike. Those ultimates already building up. Kushi also, one of the players that we were highlighting. I really want to see his development on this second half, especially for Sola, so close to his ultimate as well. I don't want him just as a support player. I think that he has so much more to give to this RRQ roster.
They'll die with the spike only.
It's a cute shot.
And Jar looks very suspect. Kayak though.
One for Kayak, one for Crashies.
It's all good in the end though, but the ults have been farmed. You gotta look towards it. Kayak's got his, Alpha's got his. Crashy's only 2 away. Boaster, 1 up. We've got a lot of them building here. Now on the other side for RRQ, this is a big purchase for them, Bea. And they are just on that verge now where this becomes a potential turnaround for
Exactly.
Fnatic.
I mean, if RRQ is to lose the next round, it's time to call a timeout first. Yep. Because it would be a 5-1 in the half for the side of Fnatic. Jemkin on that operator. Need to cover up from B.
Cutting through.
What's the look from Fnatic to begin with? This looks like an early fight towards A. Chronicle, normally a safe pair of hands though. I don't see him making many errors. Kayak quickly clearing that C site.
Over there.
Todo.
Breaking that utility. Spots the camera, spots the trip.
Good choices. These are all the right choices thus far, right? They've managed to navigate away from most of the threats. Clean plant, deep post plant as well with a lot of ults to bank on. This is very, very good thus far.
Same at Sex, Pharaoh Chronicle has to be in the back. Probably find him
क्या बोली
soon.
मेरे को लग रहा है 2-0 हो जाएगा. RRQ क्लोज नहीं कर पाएगी.
RRQ, a tag could be lethal now. Okay. And into the site. Paranoia gonna find Boaster. Gonna get himself out of dodge, but that's 3 players now pushing back in, and Kayak misses his opportunity. Backs away towards Long, and now Hunter's Fury layered on top. They're all now literally shooting fish in a barrel. It's a very clear, straight shot. Defuse! It's been happening again! How are we seeing this again? Get me that on the replay.
4 बंदे उसके मुंह पे आ गए कि तू डिफ्यूज कर, हम में से कोई एक अल्टीमेट चली गई.
Stolen away another round.
If it ain't broke, don't change it.
True.
It worked for RRQ, 5v5 retake. And just by that ultimate, forcing players out. Fnatic thinking that they had what it takes, that maybe that Alpha was going to remove the player defusing the spike. Where? The 2 rounds that they've lost this half have been those sneaky diffusers.
The gods,
brought light.
The gods are smiling on RRQ today.
But
they
have to.
have to get across the finish line, right? This is all lovely stuff. They still need to land that final round. Now, Fnatic still have finances, because most of the time they've lost the round when there's like 3 of them alive. So, for now, they can still get this purchase. They still have Crashy's ult. But they need to stick the landing.
So good for RRQ to save the distances in the previous round, something that they also are doing in this one. Of course, Monnier is the exception.
Jemkin! You absolute beauty.
It's over.
Now they start firing back. Insult to injury, salt to the wound. Alpha trying to play up some space here, take something away.
Nice.
Crashes does well, Jemkin goes down, trying to secure this plant, trying to play for a bit of safety, but they're surrounded. Kayak going to try and find it out, but Xvera going to find it. Alpha, 1v3,
Anti.
it's map 3, baby! 13-6, RRQ turns the hell up.
This is the RRQ that we were promised we were going to get in Toronto. That first seed coming.
Guys, अगला Ascent है. I know you guys want to watch it with me. I know you guys are hoping कि हम मैच देखेंगे साथ. आज पूरा दिन actually plus minus left right रहा है. But anyway, choice. देखते हैं. मैप अगर जल्दी स्टार्ट हो रहा है तो देखते हैं. बैठूंगा. Fuck it. I don't want to disappoint you guys. Let's go for map 3. मैं पता है तुम लोग के लिए और भी काम करते रहता हूँ ऑन स्ट्रीम जब मैचेस नहीं शुरू होते थे तब फोन पे मैं तुम लोग के लिए लगे रहता हूँ कुछ ना कुछ ढूंढते रहता हूँ बनाओ क्या.
Speaks back to what you all were saying before. We want to bring a little bit more firepower to this second map. They come out with the double duelist. They were very quick, and 2 maps in a row here for RRQ. They get to start off on the attack side. This is what they wanted, an opportunity to run the tempo on their side. And it seems as though for a couple of these rounds, Fnatic just gave them too much space. And when it gets to those moments when you're great on the push and pull on the side of RRQ,
you can't take the retake for Fnatic that way.
Yeah, if you're RRQ and you were watching Fnatic's last game on Haven, you'll notice how slow their retakes always are. We were talking about it before this game, but they really love taking their time, waiting for the util to fade out. But when you're playing a post plant where your two duelists are just continuing to fight, continuing to get aggressive, it's so hard to get back in if you're waiting that long.
Yeah, and it's a different comp this time. You know, they had ran the ISO Yoru previously, but with Moniette on the Neon, Mimi, the impact was just there from the outset.
It seems like it would play similar to with the ISO Yoru instead.
Yeah.
You really have such a quicker pace with the Neon. The way they can be fighting for extremity control super fast as well is really, really good with that comp. So I love the pivot out of RRQ.
It almost looked like Texture as well, playing for the Gen Z side, and it became a little bit of a thorn on the side for Fnatic to deal with that. So I love here. The preparation that comes out of that was not only on trying to anti-Fnatic, but know where the weaknesses were to take advantage of that too.
The defuses help though, because there's one way to stop a Fnatic comeback, which is just to defuse under their noses.
I mean, take a look at these rounds. 2 times Fnatic gets full stuck on. This could have been a comeback.
My boy, crazy guy. Go, let's go, Vietnam. But no, those are definitely 2 pain points for sure. But if not, if anything, for the second defuse that comes across here, how they were able to deny this, you know that there's an ult available for the side of Fnatic. Look how many bodies are out there just to try to protect the diffuser. So there is no way for Alpha here to pull out the diffuser, and that was just probably an off-the-cuff kind of type of play and type of call that allows here for RRQ to get 2 diffuses under Fnatic's nose and close out the map as dominantly as they did.
It's so cool to see Crazy Guys succeeding not just with pressing the fuse, but with the calling in this game, with this individual performance as well. As a reminder, less than a year ago, that guy was playing in Ascension, and now he's here winning a map against Fnatic on the global stage, going all the way to try and stay alive, Yinsu.
I mean, they can do it if they win out on Ascent. And you and I had a bit of a disagreement earlier. I feel like Ascent is when Fnatic gets nerfed a little bit, and you feel like maybe after seeing RRQ's Ascent, it's the other way around. We're gonna find out soon, Van Silly, but the momentum is certainly on the side of RRQ.
We're going into the unknown basically for Fnatic because yes, it was a weak map in the past here for Fnatic, but they haven't really played it. I think they played it only once throughout the Teo meta, but in like a year and a half, they haven't really played it. So now they have an opportunity to say, okay, well, they got kind of owned against Wolves, speaking about RRQ. There's a way for us to exploit this and also maybe bring on a Deadlock of our own.
Yeah, they're gonna have some time to prep for Fnatic to see what RRQ did last time on this map, but I'm honestly a little bit conflicted. I didn't think RRQ would win that map too, so I need some help deciding. Toronto, if you think RRQ is gonna close out this last map, if you wanna see him take it home, let's make some noise.
Or is it going to be Fnatic closing out the series? I think we still have some Fnatic fans.
Pretty close.
We might be on the. Are we on? No, we're in the middle. So we're kind of in the middle between the players right now. We can just see them right now setting up back on stage. But let's talk about this Ascent. You already mentioned it could be a deadlock coming out of them. They've done it a couple times before with Kron playing the deadlock and Alpha playing the Cypher. Is that the solution?
I think so. I think this is going to be a perfect composition, a perfect map as well for Fnatic to play this double Senti. Because we just also mentioned how it was difficult for Jemkin to get great openings on the side of RRQ when they're playing against Wolves. You're trying to be the tip of the spear, you're trying to be quick against your opponents, but you found nobody in the process because they were playing a slow-paced game on the side of Wolves.
Yeah, specifically for Jemkin, the last time they played this map, I think one of the biggest issues was he likes trying to op into mid, play down into mid one in a lot of these rounds. And a lot of the time he's just walking up completely alone. I think Wolves realized that and they played a lot heavier into like 2-1-2 looks, fighting for the extremities and then just going for full hits through mains and locking off with the deadlock. So I'm hoping to see a Jemkin who's more willing to fight those extremities, to maybe have one of Initiators rotate over and help him out a little bit too, because he needs a performance more like he had on the last map.
I mean, the good news is he's warm now. They talk about needing to warm up on stage. They picked up their first map win. They have what it takes to snowball this into a win, which would mean another early exit for Fnatic. It would literally be Master Shanghai all over again.
Yeah, down to the close game against Gen G, down to the map that they could have won to 2-0 in that game. It would truly be a heartbreak for the #1 EMEA seed. They have got to have a plan for Ascent.
That's the thing. They have all of the MMA teams behind them because they're the only teams that made it to the playoffs just because they had that #1 seed.
Whereas Pacific, it's arguably the strongest region. All three of their teams are here in the playoffs. RRQ trying to prove they're up there as well as
an alpha chamber.
Locks in the chamber.
Alpha chamber. Chronicle Vice? I mean, Kayak is not going to play the Cypher.
I mean, I don't know if it gets to a point where you're playing triple set T right now against RRQ. It'll be kind of crazy. But yes, Alpha in the chamber, I would respect that for sure. You want to get those aggressive angles against this RRQ that could potentially go for a little bit more of a default when they're going to play their attack side.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be that Yoru coming in because you're pretty much forced to play no flashes, probably crashes on the Sova there, and then you make up for dropping that flash initiator slot with the Yoru, allowing this chamber to come in.
And Alpha Server, I need to see a better Fnatic in terms of mental. The defuse is going to get to you, but they can't be letting that happen twice on top of getting ecoed after winning a pistol.
They have the experience for sure for the side of Fnatic. I mean, they have so many veteran players on the side of Alpha and Chronicle. It's happening. Yeah, it's Chronicle and Vice.
It's a Chronicle Vice.
And that's the thing, despite what just happened on that second map of Haven, they still have the experience to just push that aside and making sure that coming out with this brand new comp that RRQ is not ready for, Fnatic is still going to be on top of their game.
I'm really looking to see what they have up on the attacking side. I think the strength of the chamber on defense is obvious, but how does Alpha play it on the attack?
That's the question.
I think at this point here, you're going to see a little bit of a slow play on the side here of Fnatic too, just because they're playing this double senti at the start.
Well, Toronto, this is it. The winner will be moving on. The loser will be eliminated. Make some noise. And for the last time, over to you, Pansy and Kukuka.
We are in uncharted territory here, Bayer, completely in the unknown now.
Let's go.
In with a brand new composition.
Yesterday we were thinking, is Sunset the choice? Would they liked to go to Ascend? Today we have a response, and what a response that is! Chronicle, for the first time in his career, playing the Vice. Alpha, you're back on that chamber that we've seen so many times. But this
we have, लेकिन Ascent is not the map for chamber kind of things, no? तुम ऑफ करना चाहते हो, no doubt. It's true, लेकिन कहीं कोई Phoenix, कहीं कोई Jet.
On the defense or the attack, and they decided that with this composition, with everything that is at stake, with them being in the brink of elimination and removing EMEA completely from this tournament, it's attack on Ascent. Do you like this?
Oh, behave. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll leave.
Seriously,
I'll leave.
What else do you want from me?
I'll leave. I'll go home.
Do you reckon they misclick the agents? Maybe all that hovering. I'm gonna say no because I want to live on this.
Surely not. Wait, I'm looking at the stage. Is anyone moving anything? Is anyone doing anything?
No, I don't see it. I just see the Kayak is chilling.
Yeah, even the admins aren't like rushing over. Oh, the ref's closing in. Hold on. Ref commentary time. No?
Oh, even Alpha is relaxing.
He doesn't. I don't think he looks that relaxed. He looks terrified in my mind. Because look, if we can actually talk genuinely about this, it's a lot of pressure on that man. Now, the amount of praise we've sung of him throughout the years now is never ending, right? This guy was the original wonder kid, the one who came in and surprised everyone, the Turkish talent, right? You know, all of these accolades and epithets put towards him, and deservedly so. Last map was not good. ISO on Haven for him has started.
Yesterday wasn't as well.
Exactly. These have been some really rough performances. Now he's the crowning piece, you know, in this composition potentially. This is pressure. If he doesn't perform here,
you guys know one thing.
Devastating.
Absolutely. And we've seen different faces of Fnatic on this Ascent. The last 3 iterations, different compositions. We've seen them running the Deadlock. And I want to see how this composition fits with them. Because I'm saying, like, we've seen them playing the Vice before. It was actually Alpha playing on that Vice, but not Chrome moves over there. We've seen a lot of Double Sentinel, but it never had the name of Vice and Chamber on it. So I want to see how that makes a difference. It looks like we fixed it, thank God.
It was one of the coach's connection issues. It's fine, it's all good. Let's remember where we were. Fnatic chose to start here on this attacking side. They chose this composition. They think it's got something to it. But these pistols have been elusive for them. They've not had the best of times. A Jemkin right off the rip does good damage. And it was laboured. It wasn't pretty, that fight, but Chronicle will take it. He'll be happy enough with a win on this.
4v3 now. RRQ moving on the defense. Monian already approaching mid, and Chronicle's just waiting for him.
He's ready like an absolute book. Control from Chronicle. There's now both the shooting setups as well. Yeah, this is just perfect. Everything happening the way they wanted.
I like also getting the orb, something that has been very present, say, throughout this game. Getting those ultimates online. If you're going to start with a bang, if you have to do it from the attack, you're going to need those ultimates onto the sides. And for those executes, the spike is going to go down. No opposition on the other side. Cushy just coming in from the other side of the map.
And again, we roll our minds back to the fact that we have seen RRQ here. It was up against Wolves, and it wasn't a great performance in my mind. It actually kind of, that was the first time I was a bit worried, right? Seeing Jemkin not look quite as well played in on, maybe suffering a little bit. Cushy was great, but it wasn't the same sort of effect that we'd seen them have before. Their ability to kind of play around with Jemkin, play him in a lot. And again, it was one of those... I shouldn't be worried about this, right? I can go back to the whole narrative building thing, right? I can talk history. Right, okay. If you kill Alpha... Oh, the crowd. Cushy! He takes a second glance. Oh my god, he's seen both of them. Stop it. Cushy, Cushy, relax! Got a little something there.
So narrative, you were saying.
Right. But yes, this isn't the first time we've seen this map, and again, it's Cushy looking pretty good here, though. Gotta say,
I think it's very important that you resemble and you speak about that match that we saw against Wolves, because it was a 13-11.
We got pistol.
Yes, you got pistol, and it was very defined by those pistols. Wolves won both of them, so you're in that scenario that advantage is already going onto the other team. After how devastating for Fnatic that Haven was, they need to start off strong. Just the same showing that we saw from RRQ on Haven.
And also, I do want to put a little bit of a caveat to me watching Jemkin. I want to see him back on really good entries as well, because he kind of fell off a little bit up against Wolves in that regard. Didn't see him having that same level of impact. If he can have this sort of like Haven resurgence, it's game on. For now, though, we're going to see Fnatic going through the motions here. Quick pressure up towards Cat through short, glancing down by Tree. Crazy Guy is playing over towards this side, so a little bit of info already early towards Kayak's position, but it popped up Alpha here.
RRQ just leaving the space. Crazy Guy looking, using that knife, I think didn't catch anyone. And he's going to go down. A is completely open for Fnatic to take the spike down. And they're going to do it with no opposition. Again, 4 players from RRQ on the opposite side of the map. Easy entry onto site for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is good. Nice pathing so far. Kind of getting their scaling right as well. Just kind of getting some time on the server too. You talk about both these teams. They need a couple more reps, right? Feel out the tempo, get themselves situated. And for Alpha, it'd be nice to get that confidence up here too. Kayak looks like he's fine in that regard. Kron's having a lovely performance so far. Crashy's doing well. So mostly just eyes towards Alpha when it comes to that. But for RRQ, knowing
जाओ farm कर भाई Chronicle should go to farm actually.
Fnatic are going looking.
Slowly but surely. Oh, they want the orbs.
Alpha, nice. Nice. And a third, not to be. But for him, that's great though. Again, you're building that ult early. You're building confidence early. Cushy again, bro.
That's better than a Marshall. Yeah.
Like, the round's done. It's very similar to the first, but he's still farming up. He's still, I mean, you talk about farming ults. Cushy was the one as well. His ult before up against Wolves was one of the key factors that kept them in the game at times, really doing incredible work. So for me, it put him really on my radar. But gonna need to see this now in this sort of bonus situation for Fnatic.
Yeah, pretty evened out. Fnatic, as you say, not having all the credits in the world, and RRQ still looking to make that break in the scoreboard. But still is very early in the game to see. I think that they obviously, I'm going to say they did not predict Fnatic to come out with a composition like this one, right? So they have a time of grace for Fnatic to come up with some very set plays, something that RRQ is just not prepared for.
Yeah, this is how well does RRQ learn on the fly too, right? This is going to be a big test here. Jemkin goes for a swing and he certainly misses. Alpha looking clean with that, but Monyet is not stopping. This seems a bit too risky for me. He's not really got the get out of jail free. The plan was flawed from the start, it felt like. Trying to make something happen over towards A main, but it's just fallen apart.
We just need a highlight reel of Stinger kills from this tournament, because some of them, massive impact in the round. 5v3 situation for Fnatic. Getting closer and closer to securing this bonus. But still, they're being cautious. Chronicle looking up for mid. Everybody just gather up, waiting for RRQ to maybe go in the aggression again.
Yeah, still presence on this side, and this will confirm that they want to stick towards it. 3 players will be here. So Fnatic
close right.
need someone to deal with this, and it is dealt with. Crazy Guy doesn't get cleared, but I think that they've got a good read on it. Doesn't get affected by the shock dart.
Still has Yuto.
We're getting down to 30 seconds. This is where things can go wrong. It's when if crossfires aren't cleared, corners aren't checked, it can go terribly wrong, as Crazy Guy already does well. 20 seconds, where are you going, Fnatic? You got to keep fighting forward. And Crazy Guy reads it. He reads Chronicle's position absolutely perfectly. The smoke keeping him alive. 13 seconds, we're running out of time here. Flash here, buys a couple more seconds, and they are doing it. They're digging in their heels. Fnatic leaving it too late in the day. 4 seconds. Xferro just needs to live here, surely. Spy his time. No!
भाई कितना क्या Fnatic चाहती
He
है?
sticks the landing as Poster falls. And the timer then
5v3 था, तुम 1 घंटे तक मेन पे क्या वेट कर रहे थे? वो अग्रेशन के लिए वो खुद पीक करेंगे.
Throwing that round for the side of Fnatic.
B पे लोग का कैमरा सेट पे.
What was the plan? Plus 2. Not thinking. Crazy Guy being alive, just having that knife delayed them even more. This was such an issue yesterday. Again,
and you can see it's not good for the coaches. They are not happy with that. Again, that is
how
something.
Can you be? That's a 5v3.
Yeah, it is, and that is going
to have been how you snowball through his half.
Yeah, you're going to hear the ult though for Alpha. That is a big investment here, and a very similar start. You're going to want to have Jemkin tucked in towards Wine. Paranoia is good, forcing the TP back. This time around, RRQ plant the banner towards A main. How far do they search this though? That's my question. Alpha's still having a go. He's still on the line here. He's checked in front of that smoke. He's cleared it. So Fnatic now focus towards middle. Keep an eye on the spike though, deep towards spawn. They can't make any quick moves really.
We can secure that part of the map, and that is something that RRQ has learned to respect. Even from just this 3 rounds, with everything that is at stake and how close the previous round was. Chen Kim is waiting.
I'm looking at the rotation of Monyet too, is where does he decide to go? That deep smoke towards middle I think is causing him enough worry at this point, but they are coming back round towards Ace. They are going to have their 3 players here. And holding the line is Jemkin. He's the one, Kayak, excuse me, just on the other side here, tries to play forward, catches 1, catches 2! Kayak kicking open the door with a 3rd! He's there when you need him. When Fnatic needs something, a spark, he ignites. Xferro and Kushi, I think we know their job now is to try and survive.
That play from Kayak, though, was everything. The TP, the everything, all the flashes. He just got into Jemkin's head, and that is not an easy matter at all. 5v2, surely this one, it's secured. We already see the players from RRQ saving for the next round. I want to see a very good repetition of what Kayak just did there.
My camera is destroyed.
If he can find consistency in that level of form, he is arguably one of the best players as it stands. And there was a lot of discussion about it. Of course. There was a lot of standouts from various regions. Obviously with the Teo coming in, how much does that affect it? Or the Teo going out, should I say. But Kayak overall was, most of the people's top 5s, top 3s, if not, maybe even higher.
Yeah, and seeing Fnatic for the first time without Durke in the international stage, with the name that he had made for himself. Now you're seeing someone else, and he puts out this kind of plays, and you know that he earned that spot. Kushi's going to find crashes at the end of that round.
And again, the interesting factor about Kayak for me is that when he first joined this roster, he wasn't the superstar instantly. There were rumors, there were whispers of his ability in Tier 2, how good he was at dominating that space, but he didn't hit the ground running perfectly. But the potential was there, and now it's absolutely actualized.
Jemkin walk out, perfect time, just getting the free kill for him.
Now Alpha without oh chill करेगा. वो बंदा aimer है. पहले भाई second map पे तो he just let everybody down.
Into that outlaw again.
That was not Alpha we witnessed actually.
Definitely not going to be heavy. It's a very, very good investment to make. Keeps you safe for the rest of the round.
Somebody like
for the rest of the half, sorry.
मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा था मैं खेल रहा हूँ.
Building up that economy.
कि भाई मैं ही इतना गंदा खेलता हूँ.
It's not worked out, but I like it. Oh wait, this is a big old investment to throw in from Kushi there. That felt maybe a
but
bit
Kayak
too
is 46, Alpha is 46.
Because there's so many TPs.
Yeah. on the Yoru. Oh, and
On the
just didn't-
chamber.
And again, for Jemkin, you could understand the temptation to want to play into it. Maybe them lingering around in middle just encouraged that. But again, just walks into it. He was meant to be maybe the ace up the sleeve, but it isn't at all. Messi there from Crashies. Xfero gets to keep his life. And if they continue this pathing towards B, there's still 2 players here. They are only with classics, but there's a lot of damage done here. Oh my god! Xfero with a jump scare on Alpha, who stays alive. 3 kills for himself. But this site is not free, Vaya. 30 seconds. Remaining. Nice clear on towards Crazy Guy.
30 seconds left.
And that is Diligence from Chronicle. Very good. Very, very good. Now, Cushy, you're not gonna do any more. That's fine. This was a bit dangerous from Fnatic, but it worked out. And
6, 20,
again,
46.
Temptation again, even from Cushy. Pop the ult, maybe
That
catch
means
him on cat.
3
It's a bit
players.
closed in. But
Come
this
on.
position is so slippery. Those
And having
TPs to get out of it.
It's so annoying. Like, you think you have them, you think you can have a refrag, you think you can go on as 2 and maybe have an advantage, and it just disappears. Alpha Year snaps out of it. Kayak just embraces and gets out of it as well. Boaster can get into almost any position with those TPs as well.
Yeah.
But those 2, especially those 2, with that trade denial potential, Jenkin with the operator now, he has to make a difference.
Yeah, he's been a bit hot and cold in middle so far. It feels like he's just behind the wheel sometimes, just off the tempo and the timing. A couple layers between them here, but Alpha's been on 1-2. He has been having a good start. Yeah, some eco farming, sure, but 8-3 nevertheless. Trying to be played in by Crashies. And this should be Jemkin now ready himself. Yeah, gets out of danger. He's not fancying sticking around here.
What?
Almost Taylor made poison on the catch there towards Market. Jemkin's got Alpha though, and they've still got control of B main. The initial plan is not going to be keeping coming this way. Surely they adjust.
Yeah, I liked what the utility that we were seeing from Chronicle.
Hold on, I'm looking towards A, right? It doesn't even seem open either. You've got Monyet sat with a judge, controlling this space still. Oh my god, the timing. The timing, he was within lethal.
Nah, bro.
Good. Stay on the ghost, no sweat. Crazy Guy's still here, and this kind of adjustment of plan is difficult for Fnatic. Kayak gonna clear through Jemkin though, opens up a chance, and Crazy Guy feels so... There's no safety on this site, right? Look where that spike is. They're up in... Oh my god, it's Pharaoh. It depends where they go with this now. This could be everything or it could be nothing. That dart does not reveal!
Then go B!
They are taking the tour of Ascent, and they are seemingly winning it, navigating past most of the danger. The TP is here. Monyet makes it in time, but he still just has that judge. He's got the ghost, he sees them, paranoia in play. He's still trying to make this one work. 15 seconds to buy the precious time here.
गलती हो रहा है FNC से obviously मैं तो बोलूंगा भाई गलती हो रहा है
can't affect it yet. Waiting for support to come in, but Crazy Guy's a mile away, and they know it. By this point, even Kron's made it over here. He's up by Market. Oh, Crazy
इतना
Guy!
slow खेलोगे
Lives up to the name, pops the ult, but it's Chronicle, ice cold in these situations. But there's a timer on what he can do. Gotta get going!
इतना slow खेलोगे इतना close ही जाएगा
Oh, it's so damn cold!
Such a close round in the end though, with Crazy Guy getting those 2 kills, but the Red Bull clutch goes for Chronicle this time around. Little bit of the overcook, and as you were saying, the tour that Fnatic went on that round,
कितना
just
close
giving
जा
us
रहा
a
है बे
different version of themselves in each of these rounds. At the beginning of it, I was looking forward to what the Vice could do on that B side, but seeing Fnatic getting round after round here, 5-1, celebrating. Please don't break the coach room. Of course, it calls for a time.
Now I just want to have one thing, and that is monetization of my channel. That super soon, super soon. सात links क्या है? TikTok, tens.gg की वेबसाइट, tenswell का Facebook पेज, Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. TikTok खुलेगा अपने में? आज तक TikTok नहीं खुलता भाई.
On this round, you're always going to be behind the curve. It gives that nice little step up for Fnatic because they hit the ground
तो
running.
आज
It's
तक
hard to
TikTok
adapt
इंडिया
now.
में बैन.
And this round for RRQ would mean a lot. As we can see, Jemkin is 1 away from his ultimate. He secures 1 kill, and he could be the difference maker in round number 7. Frame very close. Fnatic again going for this mid control.
That's a good spot.
And they've done this before. We've seen similar scenes, right? But you can see the Fnatic, we talk about learning on the fly, they certainly are. Picks the right target, plucks away Alpha and backs away. Crazy Guy now gets contact. They've read a lot of this. They've got an idea of where 3 players are out of the 4 that still stand for Fnatic.
And blocking the eyesight, of course, we see Kayak ready to get on that TP. He also has his ultimate, but... Oh. He decides to go for it, gathering all the information onto A.
I mean, it's a bold play. Fnatic still have to walk into a pretty stacked site here. Change out of Paranoias as Monyet waits. Tucked behind Dice. Kayak can't really challenge the back of the site here. They might get stuck in towards main. Not again, surely. Kayak just prides open the site. Apparently that's all they need. Kayak just strolling in is enough to get them over the potential hurdle. Sparrow just a second behind. As now, this is a pretty much done round.
Pretty much done. Still Fnatic, they work for those orbs. Crashes, gets one closer to his ultimate. And speaking about ultimates, with this plant, Chronicle gets his. Kayak wants it.
Oh, that's brutal. Fnatic though, another step in the right direction. They needed this after map 2. It was a blowout pretty much. Embarrassed in map 2 by RRQ. The way those rounds went down in that second half should be haunting them. This is exactly what the doctor would have ordered though. A quick, decisive reaction. A lot in the hands of Kayak and Alpha, and both of them doing exactly as they need to.
And RRQ need to make a decision. We saw that timeout, yes, the previous round. The economy wasn't the best, but maybe some aggression, maybe just setting up some of the plays. They need something else beside that bonus that it wasn't theirs to take even. That 3v5. They need to find that kind of energy. Moni's been deadly. Not only in the previous map, but also here. Definitely being a nuisance.
And I like this. I like the way they're using the Vice to kind of scale up on the map. Again, kind of using the Vines to go down the Thorns over towards short, kind of then using that as a way to take space safely, get off the back too. It's really nice layering for this mid control that they've been trying to, I guess, work through for most of the, opening exchanges in this map. So far so good. First time we've seen Fnatic start with a little bit more pressure towards that B main, but it doesn't look like they're particularly sticking around here. This high attention to detail over towards Cat once again re-emerging.
Taking their time. We know that Fnatic are definitely good at doing that. Feel comfortable.
I need to see some discipline from Jemkin too, because there's obviously that want to play into it and be pivotal and be aggressive in a way, but he has been caught on a couple of timings by Alpha in middle. I want to see him find a way to deal with that tempo now.
Speaking about tempo, Kayak is ready to walk. He is going to be spotted.
30 seconds left.
2 of the players, the rotation coming in from RRQ. And again, they might find each other at CT. 20 seconds.
TP, and this is now running really, really late. Okay, this will help things, but I think Monyet might have been out of it, but Kayak gonna catch the rotate. Jemkin goes down again, 10 seconds, please don't make him.
10 seconds left.
This would be unthinkable if he denies the plant on this one. Oh my God, Monyet! That might have been everything. Look at the time now, it's too late. I'm pretty sure this is way too late, Monyet! Makes a monstrous play there!
What is FNC trying to do?
I just cannot believe it keeps happening. At some point, you might think, no, it's not going to happen this time around. They know how to play with the time. They're going to leave for at least a couple of options. But with so many players alive, you not having the information of what is on site, what is on main, just leaving this onto the last second when you've worked towards the map, when you've worked that information layer by layer, corner by corner.
Good thought.
Yeah, good hold, exactly. But again though, these are the cracks that will be there in this attack from Fnatic. It won't be perfectly smooth yet, they won't be in that complete consideration. I think some of the issues of this round started before that point, how late it was. If RRQ leave them a little bit of space, sit a little bit deeper, make them work for their dinner, how do they navigate this? Now normally it's been Kayak kicking down A and just getting 2, but if they are made to slow play through this map, how does that fare? Really need to see Jemkin playing this perfectly though, because again, he might be the one in that crosshair instantly.
Alpha pushing with that operator, but RRQ, they're not giving a single inch. They know what they're facing, and they know what's worked for them.
And I like this sitting a bit deeper. As I said, I think is a good reaction. Fnatic do like this late control towards tree. They've been playing it. And I also like this push out towards B main. This hasn't been an area they've been contesting often. This gives them good information. This is solid. This is a nice approach. 45 seconds, and none of that contested space has been taken by Fnatic yet, barring maybe Cat and now Tree. They can't late play back into B because they're going to be so behind the curve on the information. And that's, I mean, that's divine from Jemkin. The spike is pivoting. Now, it's going to be a crunch. Chronicle's good at this, but if they keep their eyes on the prize here, and again, Xvero does do well on towards Kayak, but late in the day, they've made the run work here. Chronicle saving them from what could have been a disaster. It felt like RRQ started to get the read on sitting deep, making them explore further, but Fnatic saved by Chronicle's diligence, but it's still a 3v3. It's not impossible, just a little improbable when you look at who's here. Chronicle's control is legendary. Swings off the pop of the ult, but that's a player without a gun in their hands. They can try and gap close, and they are. You can see it and put it away, but Boaster with a shot through the smoke. Catching Jemkin. Monyet looks for a target, dives in on site. Can't quite control on the first try. Can't get the spray. Crazy Guy now needs a 1v3 as Fnatic holding all the cards. Chronicle, that was a brilliant round from him.
You're speaking about diligence, and Chronicle has been all that this entire match. The condition and also that he's been making in this map.
30 seconds.
Constant pain here on me.
I mean, if he didn't do that, I think the round would be done. Yeah. Genuinely. Coming back to these sort of late rotations, if you aren't clearing this space as well as he does, you're done.
With two of the players, like the movement from RRQ was good.
Yes.
Two of the players just waiting for this to happen. We also saw the utility from Cypher on site. They were ready, they were prepared, and then Chronicle happens.
Now they might fall into the trap of got to get proactive with these ults, play, you know, in towards this fight on Cat. The temptation, obviously, so sweet, but again, for Fnatic, they've been really good at clearing this. And you can see Kayak is so locked in. Oh my god, he snapped back so quick. And again, this was kind of off the back of that want of maybe playing in Jemkin a little bit, taking some of that space, but Xvero's the one to do well here. Taking away Chronicle is huge.
Absolutely. They've been putting up a lot of utility to those drones that we were speaking of. Not only he gets the kill, he also gets to use his ultimate.
Oh, I like this as well, though. You take space on one side, but in the meantime, they push so much deeper towards A main. They don't need to go further than this. With him being here, you get so much information. And again, it was a mistake that was made before that Monyet managed to punish in that wild round with that timing. So they can cheat the rotations over towards B. They can get these players here way earlier because of that pushed out position. This is now going to be one of those later rounds. Now, can Fnatic somehow find this information themselves? I don't think so. So in reality, they have the players in the right place here. Last time, Kron was the one who was god tier at playing from this, but it looks like a focus towards top middle. RRQ doubting themselves, it felt like wanting to check, wanting to make sure, but they were right in the read. But the timing now wrong as Fnatic get the red carpet rolled out towards B as the plant next in the steps to be taken. Kushi trying to thread a needle that I don't think is potentially there. Takes away one. That is a Vandal picked up. Good util still left here as well, but Crazy Guy just about making it over here. And Crashy's making him do the dance, right? Putting him through the paces. We're going to need like a shot in the dark, right? We're going to need something. What do you have here, Kushi? Taking the first step. Nice off the flash, but he couldn't quite land it. Poster in the back lines. Doing what is necessary.
Hey, he's dancing.
That makes it sound like I was saying the dance was necessary. That, less so. But 8-2 Bayer, they're in control.
8-2 and looking very dominant. Yes, those 2 rounds that they lost, big mistakes, very big mistakes. Good to see them back in the board. And RRQ in this round made the worst decision that they could make. And it's giving Fnatic what they want. But they're waiting for such a long time for you to make a mistake, for you to take the step.
When was the prime, do you think, of Boaster?
The prime of Boaster?
बीटी क्या कर रहा है? बिट्टी भाई is also PMSL भी चालू हो गया है. Master is playing some kind of like some kind of a story mode game. I don't know what.
ये क्या चूतिया गेम है भाई ये।
हाथ में ब्लाइंड लेके ही मर गया मैं।
मेरा वेलकम ऐसे। हाय कास्टर। क्या हाल है भाई वेनम? अरे तेरा वेलकम नहीं यार, ये तो गेम को गाली देता ही रहता हूँ। पता नहीं यार, इसमें शॉट ही नहीं लगते भाई, पता नहीं। डैडी वाला आवाज निकालो।
एक निकाल के नहीं 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 मेडी करो प्रॉपर मेड कर लो।
हाँ
स्मोक दे देना एक निकाल स्टेप तो लगा
That was Chris. We back to Watchparty.
Trying to force something complemented with the utility, and the one shot that he hits is on Kayak's bone. So
एक टाइम तो मेरे को FNC बहुत पसंद आती थी। वे 3-11 वाले टाइम पे I guess invested like very straight.
Only by Xvero, but now he's on the chopping block. Like, what do we do? Okay, well, okay, you just headshot Kayak, I guess, is what we do. But it's one and done. There's no furthering that. And now the map's split in half. Two on either side. Where does Fnatic decide to go? They've won the mid-fight completely. That's the spike going through
30
market,
seconds
though.
left.
That's really, really isolated.
Yeah.
Okay, the rest are coming up here. But I was a bit worried he was on his own. Now, no one was there to punish him. We're seeing how deep RRQ are sitting. This is Fury gonna find a man. Ooh, and the follow-up to Alpha goes down. Okay. Now, do they scarper? It's messy from both of them. Couldn't get back in time again. Feel like a broken record, but running out of time and running out of options. Fnatic luckily have 8 rounds, so it's not been that much of a big deal. But this is how they've been losing them. Few seconds, they're just going to let it fizzle out. It's not the most explosive way to get to 3, but RRQ will take it.
Absolutely. I think that timeout, maybe for the side of Fnatic, is, guys, you're doing well. Keep it going. For the side of RRQ, take the right timing. Learn when to push. Let's put a little bit of pressure onto them and see how they respond to that. Super important, this ultimate from Pushy and this kill. Harmonia. Again, the numbers from yesterday, an average of 1 minute and 9 seconds to get the spike down for Fnatic. That is outrageous and obviously the highest in playoffs.
Oh, he's got 5 years in the cake.
First. Happy 5 years, everybody.
Yeah, congrats. Now, what do we see here? I'd like to see Fnatic almost kind of playing with a gear shift, which actually looks like they are now, because again, you've almost lulled RRQ into a sense of safety that is not here. Kushi trying to find him, but it's actually Xvero who's caught Boaster. And Fnatic have really held up towards B main. They have managed to burst through, banking on Kayak's ability to do something with this. Commits towards Boathouse, crashes now and comes out, but this is from the players outside. This is
I'm not sure about this, Lauren.
Fnatic could be caught up in the blender here, but they still need to land the shots if you're RRQ. Easy, this is so tense. I like the idea of the gear shift, but something slowed them down towards main that just stopped them actually committing.
4v4 on site.
God, please be disciplined, RRQ. You don't need to do too much. We said it before when they made that play towards top middle. They got they got into their own heads about it. They're once again right about this. They don't need to change. They hold these positions, hold this line. They make it hard for Fnatic, but here we go. Alpha unleashing Fury, but the site is still not clear. You got 30 seconds and 2 more to find. Kushi. Are you the hero to step up for RRQ, or a Fnatic just past that hurdle? It's perfect. Takes one, doesn't expect the follow-up though. Alpha was the one getting those kills on cap before. He loses his head for a second. And with 14 seconds, the plant is in. That doesn't make things easier. Chronicle is, oh my God, he's so low on HP too. 3 HP is all that's there. Alpha, back of the Boathouse, sends Crazy Guy back into basically the second half, 3-9 Bayer. Fnatic look good in this form. They've given themselves a buffer. It wasn't perfect, but it's better than nothing.
But when you think about those mistakes, those rounds that they lost, they could have perfectly won. They need to get back on the drawing board. This composition is giving us so much, and I cannot wait for what we're going to see on the defense.
मस्ती कर रहे हैं।
Out again.
गया है तो भी देखते अरे नाइस
Switching sides.
बाय द वे रैंक क्या है? बाय द वे रैंक क्या है मेरा? यार अभी मेन अकाउंट असेंडेंट 1 है, मतलब मस्ती कर रहा हूँ, कुछ ऐसा कुछ सीरियस वाइपर की मार दी भाई मैंने।
एक के बाहर
जा रहा हूँ। ये आराम से
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spike down. Attacker spawn.
ये ऊपर से आ गया
और क्या,
दो जने दोनों साइड
ये क्लोज है तेरे।
One enemy remaining.
नाइस, आराम से खेल। ये साइड था,
साइड था
साथ में खेल सकते हैं। मैं प्लेट हूँ, नहीं खेल सकते, मेरे पे अकाउंट है एक प्लेट का। तेरे को खेलना हो तो बता दियो, खेल लेंगे।
Last player standing.
अरे भाई मिड क्यों जाना है?
नाइस ब्रो
खेल सकते हैं भाई, ऐसा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो अभी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है ना? उसके बाद खेलते हैं। डन डन डन। हाँ तब तक तो वॉच पार्टी में इंटैक्ट हूँ। अरे सही है भाई। पाजी तुम इतना चिल कैसे खेल लेते हो भाई? अब छोड़ दिया भाई खेलना, पहले खेलता था। अच्छा मतलब सीरियस।
Double stack up towards market. Kayak, the early warning system, and a lethal one at that, does get out of there. Xferro now will control that corner, but it's only seeing a Cypher doesn't give you everything you want. But now not alone, walks back in with Kron, but he falls. Body blocked almost. Kron though tries to play it forward. Didn't want to back away, and now they speed up on the execute. Banging shot from both of them. Catching just the corner of Monyet and quickly threads ahead. Now you've got a fast rotate coming in from Crazy Guy, who's all the way over towards that A side of the map. So late positioning towards main, but Boaster's ahead of it. Paranoia still in play. Smoke still there. Dart as well. But no synergy on that? I don't know if I loved what I saw then from him. Would rather maybe hold that space and play back in together, but now down to the two, Alpha and Crashies. Still got util, as said, this is pretty big for them. But that late positioning towards main is rough. It's keeping Alpha's eyes towards it. Timing, the factor, gotta get a move on, gotta get going, and they're playing the game. This could be doing the dance with them, right? Gonna make them work for it. Crashies, damage! But two more to go, and Crazy Guy's position is the checkmate. Monyet just needs to live, and he does more than that. It's a pistol for RRQ. And a little bit of a weird choice from Boaster there.
And it's so good that they were patient in that round.
It
We
is
got
just
the
like
lure, we
Holy
just
Moly,
still follow the
guacamole.
plan. We're lucky enough to get this first base pick onto Kayak, who had already taken a bit of damage. We secure it with the 1 for 2, and we go on to plant the spike.
Holy
Boaster,
Moly,
I think in that
guacamole.
situation was just...
That's our pistol,
It's
boys.
kind of a dilemma, right? You don't have the information of where the rest of the players are. It can be coming from main. You need to move. You do not have really the time to wait for the rest of your teammates. No ideal scenarios, but for RRQ, only 5 rounds separate them now for Fnatic, and this should be the 5th one for them.
Xferro's been a pretty safe pair of hands in my mind as well. He's been rather good in these sort of positions. So let's see how he plays if they do decide to crest that corner and explore further. For now, it's just a stack, leaving Alpha as the pretty much the bastion of hope on the A site, right? The one man turret over there, but it's patient again from RRQ, maybe trying to get the lay of the land themselves. Is there a mid-walk? Is there a stack? They need to be using some of the util to clear this at some point, maybe waiting for that util to cycle back up.
With the
Oh, God.
composition that they're playing up against, taking this time, and also Fnatic has been fairly aggressive in the rounds that they've had. No economy.
I'm scared.
They're walking towards it.
Yeah, but hopefully they use some of that lovely utility they've got loads of, right? I'm still a bit nervous here. Yeah, okay, I think they felt the danger in that, even just the cam being cleared as it was. And here comes, let's see if that control is in play. No, Crashy's quick on his feet, as Alpha does need to back away. Expected reposition, Jemkin, eyes already trained towards it. Once in play, it's dangerous, but they find stability. Now they need to keep Cushy and Jemkin living in this, though. Those two Vandals are precious cargo. Cushy layering in the util, keeping him chipped down as best he could. But Crashies with that Bulldog is the dangerous factor. They are all eyeing up coming through from here. Knife fantastically timed, catching at least 3 of them, denying this springboard in. Paranoia goes, Cushy now out of the situation. Alpha finds Crazy Guy. Jemkin goes down, suddenly crashes in a 1v2. Again, difficult, but desperately tried. Monyet, once again, the final man standing. And suddenly that scoreboard doesn't look so impossible.
Both Vandals just moving on to the next round. RRQ, as you're saying, 5 on the board. This looks perfectly doable. We've seen them having very strong starts, converting the bonus. Will almost make this a very, very even affair. Again, we still have to see how this composition from Fnatic really works on the defense. And I think we're going to get a very fair showing now. How Alpha is going to be positioned, how they use having that and the Euro as well. We can see now as all the utility from Chronicle on his first Vice over on Jay.
Yeah, big switch up in that. As obviously until this point for the Pistols, they did have Alpha kind of soloing out on towards that A site as much as they could. Put a lot of faith in towards him here. And the walk back comes in towards B. So trying to steady themselves here. Kayak has been solid. That's a player spotted here. And he's sticking around on this. I'm a bit worried he stays so close here. Oh my God. Thankfully that wall now reinforced, a little less of an issue.
That's 3 people spotted. That's what we see, all that utility coming down. Xfero actually gathering that orb for the
He's a brave boy.
Just in case someone else gets the kill.
Ooh, did they spot? I don't know if they spotted Alpha. They kind of looked down, but I don't think they did. Lazy clear. Oh my, what is that? You do not see that every day. A mess made by Alpha, being gifted the chance of the gods from that. And now that all comes into play. That is perfect, and look instantly at where they're heading. It's Kayak and Crashies though, big boys on the server here. Big players. 25 seconds getting late in the day, they decide to slip towards the site. Waiting for the util to come, but it ain't even here. They're just powering on in. Crashies find some safety in the smoke. And I say that very tentatively. Chronicle gonna catch the heels of Xfero. It's game on. Fnatic, they thrive apparently when the time's so late. Monyet can't find this many players in this little time. Fnatic, it got dangerous. But Alpha just stood up.
Oh no.
He stood up.
Okay.
Where's the glue gone? Someone find the glue. Stick him to that chair. It's dangerous because this round as well, I like what they did. Alpha. Oh.
He's celebrating for the rest of them. It's not for him.
Okay,
and speaking of
so
him
that's
in
okay.
that round,
Nice Gron!
Nice Gron.
Anchoring Kayak. I love that from
Nice
you, my
anchoring
boy.
Kayak. You're doing a brilliant job over in B. Doesn't matter. Was the bonus for RRQ. There's still plenty of chances. 3 to be exact. Well,
and again, they're still having to learn to face this top, right? Oh my God, what? Kayak just drifted
finding
out.
the opener again.
Yeah, Jemkin's starting to get these entries going, and that shot wasn't clean enough to truly punish Cushy, so he keeps his life. But Alpha's temptation is still here. He's trying to be proactive. Oh, the timing. Oh my God, you are lucky to be breathing, Crazy Guy. Spray off with Vandals always seems like a terrible idea, but it's fine. So far, they bully their way up Cat. Looking towards the safe side, but Chronicle has been the safest player. Always so deadly in these situations. Let's see how well he does in this new role here. Chronicle's gone down, but Alpha stomps into the site. 3 for him! Back Back-to-back damage. Now down to 2, 45 seconds, much more time, but the final boss of Alpha seems to be standing. Slip in the net, but it seems to be considered. Already pinged out. Boaster eyeing this up, but timing is everything.
Surreal.
And he's got it.
Wow,
Xfero
surreal.
falls, leaving just one man
30
alive, and
seconds
Alpha's
left.
corner has not been cleared this time.
दूसरा 4K
Gets
है
away
भाई
with
का.
it with 4 kills, and apparently the curse is broken.
The curse is broken, it doesn't matter, but he's not standing up this time around. It doesn't matter that he got the 4K. You know, you don't play with lag like that. Not a second time around. Struggled to find the first one, it doesn't matter. He closes out with 4. But it couldn't have been possible without the paranoia, the flash from Vice, putting all of that pressure on a team that's trying to execute on you. 11 for Fnatic, 2 away from continuing a lower bracket run. RRQ now, as you can see on your screens, the economy is not the best. Jemkin 1 away from his ultimate, working with the shorty, trying to get that orb, or at least they're gonna try and fight for it.
Oh, paranoia.
It's no follow-up though.
Yeah, kind of scarpering, but timing-wise, Fnatic coming into their own in moments like this is dreamy for them. After a brutal map 2, their creativity being rewarded here as that 12th round looking at so likely. Alpha strikes, 20 kills for him after what was genuinely a very hard map 2 and not a particularly brilliant map 1. He has found his form when he needed it, when Fnatic needed it. Hallmark of a good player. Shot goes astray that time. But RRQ looking for ways forward, and there aren't too many. Again, gotta say it, Chronicle in this role. Lovely to see, but Jemkin tries to close in. Oh, it was labored, but he's got the job done. Caught on the cross though, Alpha. That is the man we were just talking about. The beast himself, the one
दो चार
that
तीन चार
is
के वो
back.
हो गए.
And he's standing up to celebrate. This is 100% deserved. What a crazy run from him. I need to see that shot again. I need to see that shot again.
I know Kunkun's not here, but it's nice to see shots out of the sky like that. I'll take that every day of the week. Now, is it over? Was RRQ's hopes and chances dashed by this brand new composition that looks so good? It looks creative. It looks like it's on the money, and it's given Alpha that real resurgence here.
Absolutely. Sphera forced out. One of his cages gone.
Here.
7 in a row needed for RRQ, and Alpha's waiting on the other side.
3 players, 3 bodies to try and drop. So far, they make it past the first hurdle. But he's not missing now! Alpha stepping up to a new level here. Crazy guy, Cushy, Xfero, that's all that they've got to bank on. And Cushy's a mile away. Position noted. He's got the spike too. If he goes down, that could be just done for. But no, they don't swing into it. They play this cautiously. They play it right.
Taking their time. Slowly but surely.
Flash needs to be perfect. It ain't gonna do the job. They're waiting, and Kayak there. It's been a 1-2 punch the whole time. It's either Kayak or Alpha. And Xfero has to face the music. It is done!
He is dancing. He danced a long way. आज गाइस 4.5 घंटों की स्ट्रीम में आखिरी 1.5 घंटे में आई सीम्ड ऑफ आई नो बिकॉज आज मूड भी नहीं था पता है आज स्ट्रीम करने का वो भी नहीं था कि करने वाले हैं नहीं करने वाले हैं दैट वाज नॉट इवन ऑन द कार्ड्स की स्ट्रीम होगी जुड़ने लगी चलो गाइस बाय बाय टेक केयर सी यू लव यू